just got bitten by a mosquito, and actually she died. Her name is Su-kin, a martial arts champion and popular wilderness survival blogger. Once fought a large beast barehanded in the rainforest, but now died at the hands of a mosquito. The good news is she transmigrated after death. The bad news is she transmigrated Ito, the weakest female in the beast world. The original host was weak and sickly since childhood. The rabbit tribe sold her to a group of wandering beastmen. Wandering beastmen are usually beastmen who violated tribal rules and were expelled from various tribes, or beastmen abandoned by females after mating. However, the Wandering Beast King told Su-kin that, if she could defeat a beast, he would mate with her. So Su-kin engaged in a fierce battle with a fierce lion, and in the end, with help of the Wandering Beast King, the lion was defeated and fell down. She successfully mated with the Wandering Beast King, but never expected the Wandering Beast King to actually be a terrifying scorpion. At this moment, Su-kin is locked in a wooden cage. She turns her gaze to the only beast mansting on the high platform. He has silver waist-length hair, paired with a pair of dark red eyes, indescribably wild and sinister. Can I choose my own mate? A scarred beastman beside her is stunned for a moment, then bursts into laughter. Do you think this is your own tribe? If it weren't for your lack of pheromones, the tribe wouldn't have sold you to the Wandering Beasts. I wasn't asking you. I was asking him. Su-kin extended his finger from the cage, pointing at the silver-haired beastman little female on the high platform. He is not a male you can just point at. Don't you want your fingers anymore? Scarface, the beastman said fiercely. The silver-haired beastman walked down and stood in front of the wooden cage. The voice, icy cold. You want to choose your own mate? That's not exactly unacceptable. Su-kin looked at the male before her and said, what if I choose you? Would you form a mating bond with me? He noticed that there was no mating beast mark on his neck, indicating that his beast mark hadn't been given to a female yet. He wasn't a male abandoned by a female. The silver-haired beastman also looked down, sizing up Su-kin. This little female is quite bold. You fight a beast in a duel. If you win, I will form a mating bond with you. Immediately, he gave a meaningful glancetto the scar-faced beastman beside him. The scar-faced beastman transformed into a massive brown bear and ran out, returning shortly after, dragging a lion back. He threw the lion. How about throwing the kid off the high platform? It's still not too late to regret now. The silver-haired beast mantiaes. Females have always only had pheromones, no combat power. Letting her fight with wild beasts is equivalent to sending her to her death. My name is Su-kin. What's your name? I can't possibly fight wild beasts without even knowing your name. My name is Zuanye. If you kill that lion, we will become mates. Su-kin smiled. I am female. I cannot transform, is it against the rules if I take a tool in? Zuanyu is stunned for a moment after hearing this, then nodded in agreement. As she spoke, she turned and walked into the dense forest nearby, earning a moment later with a wooden stick sharpened at one end. Just as Su-kin was about to reach out and take it, Zuanye seemed to think of something, withdrew the stick, and then extended from behind her a tail with a poisonous stinger. Put a drop of venom on the tip of the stick, and pass it over. Su-kin saw that black-purple, hard tail. Her face changed dramatically. Good heavens, Zuanye, with his silver hair and red eyes, his beast form is actually a scorpion. Scorpions are poisonous. What if he has special preferences during mating? Could she be poisoned to death by his stinger? Things have come to this. Regret is too late. Su-kin could only brace herself, take the wooden stick from Zuanye's hand, and walk up to the high platform. Before crossing over, she was a martial arts champion and a popular wilderness survival blogger, once fighting large beasts barehanded in the rainforest. Now, she even has a wooden stick coated with scorpion venom as a weapon. Her chances of winning are great. The stray beastmen didn't expect a female would really fight a lion. One by one, they stared in surprise at the high platform. Zuanye also didn't expect that the little female would actually pick up the stick and charge into the enclosure. This was the first time a female was willing to fight a beast for him. He coldly let the female lose her life. Sukin held the wooden stick, staring gently at the lion before her. The lion suddenly leaped up, pouncing at Sukin. She dodged aside, quickly swung the wooden stick, accurately stabbing at the lion's flank. The venom immediately took effect. The lion let out a painful roar, turned around, and pounced again. This time, she used the stick to block the lion's sharp claws, then turned her body to stab at its chest. Instantly, the roar became piercing. This body's constitution was very poor, and soon her stamina reached its limit. She gasped. The lion, panting heavily, was significantly slowed down by the venom. But upon seeing the staggering little female, it suddenly leaped up. Sukin, seizing the moment, she struck with all her might at the lion's neck. The lion lost its strength mid-air, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling a few times before finally closing its eyes unwillingly. The stray beastmen, outside the fence, all gasped in amazement. Xuanye slightly curled the corner of his lips, and with a flying leap, he landed on the high platform. Suddenly, Xuanye bent down and scooped her up horizontally. I, Xuanye, am willing to mate with you. Xuanye held her and with a few leaps, arrived at the cave where he lived. Looking at the cave, which was spacious but lacked any aesthetic appeal, Sukin twitched the corner of her mouth, her face full of disdain. Before mate, I didn't need so many things. Xuanye, seeing her disdainful expression, explained, from now on, whatever you want, I will find a way to get it for you. Sukin reached out and drew circles on his chest, asking, really? No matter what I want, you will get it, fam? Xuanye never lies. As long as I can obtain it, it will strive for it. As he spoke, Xuanye suddenly pushed her against the cave wall, leaned down, and kissed her. The next day, Sukin woke up on the thick animal skin bedding, rubbing her sore waist, unable to hold back from cursing in her heart Xuanye, who had gone out at some unknown time. He had tormented her all night, showing no mercy. On her collarbone, a scorpion tattoo had appeared, precisely the beast mark that appears after mating. She never expected that after crossing over, arriving in another world, Theman I took a liking to is a scorpion. Beastman. Just then, a ding system sound suddenly rang in my mind. Host, Sukin, and the four-ring beastmen Xuanye have become companions. You can draw a lottery once. What kind of system is this? Why did it only appear now? Sukin hadn't yet regained her senses when a spinning little roulette wheel already appeared in the system. The small roulette wheel spun very fast. Sukin quickly snapped back to attention, focusing with all her might on the roulette wheel. In her previous life as a martial artist, Sukin's eyesight was quite good, and with one glance, she saw the words, Pheromone Awakening Pill. She lunged forward and struck a hit. Along with the system's congratulations sound, a black pellety pill appeared in her hand. Taking advantage of Xuanye's absence, she quickly swallowed the pill. Immediately, a strange warm current slowly spread throughout her body, followed by a faint aura emanating from her body. That was precisely the pheromones. On her left wrist also appeared a circle of white beast ring. Sukin's eyes lit up. It seemed the system reward was real. Along with a wave of fragrant roasted meat smell, Xuanye walked in. I roasted some meat for you, not sure if it suits your taste. On her neck area also appeared a rabbit beast mark, which was precisely her original body's mark as a rabbit beastman. Seeing the roasted meat, Sukin's stomach timely growled. She was just about to reach out and take it when Xuanye saw the pheromone-beast ring on her wrist, and abruptly froze. You have pheromones now? Xuanye's dark red pupils suddenly lit up, face full of surprise. I had heard that some females can awaken pheromones after mating. He was telling the truth. There are indeed such cases, but across the entire continent, there are only a few examples in the beast world. A male's beast rings represent combat power. The more beast rings, the higher the combat level. The higher the combat power of a male, the higher the probability of death. When the only a female possessing pheromones of the same level can soothe the violent factors within the male's body, let them not explode and die. This is also why she, as a precious female, would be sold by the tribe to the stray beasts. It didn't know forming a bond had this effect. In the future, if we mate a few more times, perhaps your pheromone level can increase. Zuanye hooked the corner of his lips, his smile not innocent. Hearing this, Sukin's waist began to ache. Faintly again, she shot Zuanye a nanoid look. Sukin ate piece after piece, quickly finishing the meat Zuanya had roasted. This body is too weak. She needs to replenish as much nutrition as possible. Zuanye narrowed his. Do you want a handy weapon? As soon as he heard the word weapon, Sukin's eyes lit up, and he nodded frantically, wanting it. Zuanye saw the gleam in her eyes and knew he had guessed correctly. Indeed, fond of weapons. The corner of his lips slightly curled up. He took out a sharp bone from the animalskin bag. This is the bone of a cloud beast, very hard, can be used as a weapon. I'll make it into a short knife for you. You carry it on your body. It can protect you when I'm not by your side. As he said this, Zuanye sat down to sharpen that bone, carefully wrapped the handle part with animal skin, and handed it over. You only have me as a partner, no? I can't be with you all the time. With this, you can defend yourself. Zuanya's gaze is gentle yet conceals a trace of worry. In the beast world, females are precious. Every female will have multiple male partners to care for her, so no wonder Zuanye is concerned about her safety, and even made a bone knife for her. At this moment, urgent shouts come from outside the cave. Boss, it's bad. Zuanye's brows furrow deeply, those dark red eyes immediately darkening. What exactly is the matter? He knows that if it weren't urgent, they wouldn't dare Komedo the cave to find him. They are lion tribe beastmen. They say we stole their female. The beastman answers tremblingly. Zuanye frowns, his tone grim. Have you properly carried out orders I gave before? Since Zuan Yi became the boss of the wandering beastmen, he actually managed the scattered group of wandering beastmen, establishing many strict rules, one of which is not to snatch females from the tribes. They can only buy them. Thief males bought back will also, like in other tribes, have them compete in arenas to decide mating rights. This is completely different from the wandering beasts' past practices, entirely a management method only proper tribes have. Boss, the rules you set, we dare not disobey. Since you became the boss, we have never snatched females again. Zuan Yi, as if lost in thought, rested his chin in his hand, then sneered, and said, I heard the lion tribe recently lost many females due to an epidemic. Seems they're deliberately picking a fight. Zuan Yi quickly guessed the lion tribe beastmen's true purpose. Wait, are you going to fight? Sukin came out from the mountain cave. Wait for me to come back. Nothing will happen. Zuan Yi smiled at him and followed the Bastman away. The conversation they had outside the cave earlier, Sukin also heard. She never expected that a large tribe, like the lion tribe, would also set their sights on the wandering beastmen's females. Lion tribe males are known for their bravery and prowess in battle, but the wandering beastmen are just a disorganized mob. If it's really as Zuan Yi said, that the lion tribe beastmen are here to snatch females, then the wandering beastmen might not be able to defeat them. No, she finally, finding such a compatible partner, Zuanye must not come to harm. Sukin grabbed a bone knife and charged out. The lion tribe beastmen's numbers were far greater than she had imagined, compared to the side stray beastmen. They were a full double. Thelian tribe beastmen were menacing, their figures tall and imposing, eyes glinting with bloodthirsty light. Zuanye stood fearlessly at the very front, coldly watching them, dark red pupil shimmering with dangerous light. Zuanye, hand over all thief males you snatched, and will spare your life. The beastman, standing at forefront, was all sinewy muscle, dry yellow hair standing on end. Hugh is the lion tribe's lead beastman, but But the four-ring beast mark in his arm was extremely conspicuous, perfectly well whether West-snatched lion tribe females or not. Just a single epidemic could kill so many families. It shows just how useless the lion tribe males are. As soon as Sawani's words fell, the lion tribe beastmen seemed deeply insulted, transforming after another into massive male lions. Xuanye crouched and also transformed into his beast form. It was Sukin's first time seeing Xuanye's beast form. So cute, completely different from the scorpion she had imagined, but after all, it was a scorpion, so she still felt a little afraid. Yilian tribe are truly hypocritical. Clearly here to snatch females, yet still finding a high-sounding excuse. Xuanye let out a cold laugh, his voice icy like a whisper from hell. Today I'll let Yauk know who is the true master of this. The true ruler of this territory, Thelian clan's leading beastman. Bard let out an angry roar and was the first to pounce towards Xuanye, followed by the other lion clan. The beastmen followed closely behind, and the entire battlefield instantly plunged into chaos. The number of wandering beastmen was nearly half that of the lion tribe beastmen. But the combat power is clearly not low. Thelian tribe beastmen suffered heavy casualties. Quickly release the frenzied vine pollen. Suddenly, Bard shouted to the beastmen behind. Hearing this, Xuanye abruptly transformed back into beastman form, shouting to the stray beastmen bind, transform, and retreat. Now, Sukin, who had memories of her originality, also changed expression upon hearing frenzied vine flower. The pollen of this flower can trigger the rage factor in males prematurely. Once the rage factor erupts prematurely, and there is no female with pheromones to soothe them, the males will explode and die. The potency is greater on males with higher beast rings. This is also why Xuanye is so tense. And the stray beastmen. The females bought from hair mostly have no pheromones, although many females among the lion tribe beastmen died from the epidemic. The females with pheromones from before made some pills, which could allow them to suppress it for a period. It seems even heaven isn't helping the rogue beast men. A fierce gust of wind, carrying furious vine pollen, blew toward the rogue beastmen. The pollen quickly spread, and the rogue beastmen's reactions immediately became sluggish, their faces revealing expressions of pain. Sukin saw Shawani's face also turn pale, knowing he was desperately suppressing rage factor within his body. She quickly rushed to his side and asked anxiously, "How are you?" "I can still hold on." "Why did you come?" Xuanye clenched his teeth, obviously engaged in a fierce struggle with the rage factor inside him. Bard saw Sukin and also quickly transformed into his beastman form, smiling arrogantly as he said, "Sukin, long time no see. I didn't expect you to form a bond with Xuanye so quickly, since you have fulfilled the agreement between us." Then Bard saw the beast ring on her wrist, and his eyes lit up. "You actually awakened pheromones. Then I can honor the agreement and form a bond with you." Hearing his words, Sukin's head buzzed. She remembered that the original body liked this lion tribe beastman before, and moreover, before being sold to the rogue beastman, she had eagerly gone to beg Bard to form a bond with her. But Bard, as a four-ring beastman, how could he possibly? Looking at a female without pheromones. If you go to the stray beasts, after forming a bond with Xuanye, then cross out the partner beast mark. I can consider forming a bond with you, because a male whose partner beast mark is crossed out by a female is very likely to die, and even if he doesn't die, he will become very weak. The original owner, upon hearing Bard tell her to form a bond with the leader of the stray beasts, had already lost all hope, and died during the journey of being sold to the stray beasts. That's how Sukin were born in this body. Form a bond, cross out the beast mark. At this moment, Xuanye's unusually icy, cold voice drifted slowly from behind her. Remove the beast mark. Right at this moment, Xuanye's voice, carrying a hint of chill, drifted slowly from behind her. Sukin's body stiffened, and she slowly turned her head to look at him. What if I said I never made this agreement with him? Would you believe me? Zunanai's originally dark red eyes had now turned into a vivid red. She had never seen him so furious. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "You'd better be able to explain things clearly." Sukin felt secretly delighted, raised her head, and looked at him with a firm gaze. "Zuanye, I have never had any agreement with Bard." Zuanye's expression remained cold as frost, but a flicker of imperceptible wavering flashed in his eyes. Bard let out a disdainful, cold laugh, interjecting, "Sukin, it was Yuho personally agreed to it back. Then, now you dare to deny it? Do you dare to swear to the beast god?" Swear? Upon hearing the words, beast god, Sukin's body instantly stiffened. In the original host's memory, the beast god was more sacred and violent. Nobody asked dare lie to the beast god. Legend says that any beastman who lies to the beast god will receive the most severe punishment from the beast god. She, as a human who traveled from modern times, originally did not believe in these supernatural and divine matters, but this world is already filled with wonders. How can she guarantee she won't be punished after swearing to the beast god? Bard saw her not speaking and laughed triumphantly. "I knew it. What you said earlier was just to gain Zuan Yi's trust. Just use the tool in your hand to scratch off your partner's beast mark." At this very moment, the frenzy vine pollen, the toxicity completely took effect. She fell to the ground with a face full of pain, those blood droplets fixed dead on him. "Sukin, take this chance to carve off the beast mark. I will keep the promise and become your partner." And swear to the beast god. Sukin held a bone knife and, step by step, approached Bade. She took advantage of Bade being completely off guard against her. Today must first salve him with one knife to vent this pent-up malice. Zuanye watched Sukin walking towards Bade. His eyes instantly turned icy cold to the extreme. Who knows where the strength came from? Suddenly, with a flip, he actually changed back into that adorable scorpion form. Zuanyi, Sakin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She knew that turning into beast form when Therage factor berserk factor awakens would only accelerate the spread of the rage factor berserk factor within the body. The possibility of exploding and dying greatly increased. Zuanye fiercely pounced towards her. Sukin hadn't even had time to react before his poisonous tail hooked her close, taking her and rapidly fleeing scene. Zuanye ran at an extremely fast speed. By the time Bade and the others reacted, Zuanye had long disappeared without a trace. Split up and search. His berserk factor is currently acting up. Heckan't have run far, Bade shouted loudly, also chasing in the direction Zuania disappeared. Who knows how long it had been. Zuanye ran to a place at the foot of a mountain. At the mountain's foot there was an enormous, incredibly large tree. Zuanye, under the big tree, dug a few times. An entrance to a cave Apiarejuani turned 7-8. After running for a long while, he finally stopped. As soon as Zuanye Sukin opened her mouth, she was flung away by his tail, slamming hard against the cave wall. "Zuanye, listen to me, let me explain." Sukin hurriedly spoke, trying to clarify. Zuanye shifted back into human form. He stood up and walked toward her, the fury in his eyes seeming as if it will devour her. "So you chose to be with me, just to remove the beast mark?" "No," Sukin quickly denied. "I was wondering why you were different from other beastmen, why you fought beasts to form a bond with me. So it was also you cold bond with Bard?" "I bonded with you because I like you, without any other reason," Sukin answered after careful thought. Zuanye breathed rapidly, clearly engaged in a fierce struggle with the rage factor inside him. "You really think I'd believe what you say? I saw it with my own eyes, you walking toward Bard with a bone knife. I went over with the knife to find a chance to kill him," Sukin said with a firm gaze. But Zuanye simply didn't believe her. "Since you want to remove the beast mark so badly, then I'll grant your wish." As soon as the words fell, Zuanye grabbed her hand that tightly held the bone knife and thrust it toward the collarbone where The beast mark was. Sukin's heart tightened, and she abruptly twisted her body to dodge. The bone knife stabbed toward the beast mark, but it came too fast. Although she avoided the mark itself, it still plunged into. The blade on her shoulder deeply pierced into her muscle, blood quickly seeped out. She clenched her teeth, enduring the intense pain. Her eyes still firmly fixed on Xuanye. Sukin's voice was somewhat hoarse as she said, "It's not for Bard, Xuanye, you are my partner." Looking at their bleeding shoulder, Xuanye was filled with regret. If Shirley wanted to bond with Bard, he wouldn't have let go of such a good opportunity. At this moment, Xuanye finally believed Sukin was not lying. "I'm sorry, Sukin. It's my fault for doubting you." Xuanye's voice was filled with remorse. Just then, Xuanye's body suddenly began to tremble violently. An expression of pain quickly appearing on his face. It was clear. The rage factor within him had gone out of control. "Sukin, you need to leave here quickly." His voice was filled with extreme pain. Sukin, seeing him like this, anxiously asked, I can soothe you. Tell him quickly, what do I need to do to soothe you?" Xuanye briefly regained some awareness. He clenched his fist, his voice low and hoarse. "Use your teeth to bite me." Sukin was stunned for a moment, unsure for a time where to bite. She took a deep breath and gently bit Xuanye's arm. Xuanye was slightly startled, as if he felt her touch, but the pain still raged uncontrollably within him. "Not here. Then where should I bite?" Sukin lifted her head to look at him, his dark red. Her eyes seemed to be veiled by a thin mist. She must have already lost her reason. Sukin didn't dare to delay any longer. She continued to search for other places on Xuanye's body that can be bitten. Then she bites the back off Xuanye's neck. She just bites down, and Xuanye's body begins to tremble slightly. It seems effective. Sukin increases the force of her bite. It's unknown how long has passed, but Xuanye's breathing finally gradually steadies down. Xuanye's eyes gradually regain clarity. "Sukin, thank you. I never expected your pheromones could actually soothe the rage factor." This is also something Xuanye never anticipated. He is a four-ring beastman, not someone that soothed, and a Femaluho just awakened her pheromones, could easily soothe. Yet she actually managed it, with one ring. Pheromones have calmed down this four-ring beast of his. "Let's go to the tribe, people." Upon hearing these words, Sukin looked up in surprise. In Xuanye's original memory, wandering beastmen are just like bandits, only knowing how to plunder and loot, completely incapable of adapt into a life with rules, especially those born wandering. Beastmen, they are naturally resistant to all restraints and order. "You were just injured because of me. We must find a shaman to treat you. This injury is nothing serious." Sukin was just about to say that this injury doesn't require a shaman, but was urgently interrupted by Xuanye. "Females and males are different. You were injured so badly. You must go see a shaman." Seeing his expression so tense, Sukin had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Then which tribe do you plan to go to?" "Not far from here, there is a brown bear tribe, the witch doctor." Xuanye replied that he did have some impression of the brown bear tribe. Compared to the rabbit tribe, it is also a large tribe. The number of females there is also quite large, making it the largest tribe in this area. Sukin couldn't help but frown. She remembered that the brown bear tribe did not accept those stray beastmen. The brown bear tribe is quite a distance from here. Xuanye and Sukin walked for a long time and came to a small stream where they stopped. "Let's eat something before we go on." As he said this, Xuanye transformed into his beast form, and with his tail, he scattered some venom around Sukin, saying, "Oh no, hunt, you wait here for me to return. I've scattered venom. Ordinary wild beasts wouldn't dare come near here." After saying this, Xuanye left in his beast form. Sukin still waited obediently by the river for Xuanye to return, looking at the surrounding scenery. Just as she was enjoying this moment of peace, a pair of eyes on the bank stared straight at her. Sukin suddenly turned around and saw a silly-looking giant panda. To think she could see a national treasure in this beast world. It was really so surprising. She hurriedly ran towards the panda. Sukin ran right up and immediately hugged the giant panda. Little cutie, are you lost? Sukin hugged the panda's neck. You have to know, in modern times, ordinary people simply don't have such an opportunity. You are just too adorable. Sukin's eyes sparkled, her mouth curved into a satisfied smile. A full smile, yet the panda's reaction was somewhat stiff, its eyes wide and round, as if completely unprepared to be so warmly embraced. A panda in the beast world probably hasn't been treated as a national treasure and might even be hunted by beastmen as prey. Thinking of this, Sukin reluctantly let go of the panda, saying, "Hurry and leave. My mate will be back soon. Better not let them find you." Hearing her mention her mate, the panda's gaze seemed to also fall on the beast mark on her collarbone. Then it also left somewhat reluctantly. Right after the panda left, Zuani returned carrying a deer, and seeing she had stepped out of the circle he had drawn with venom, he nervously ran over to carefully examine her. Seeing Sukin's body didn't have many wounds, Zuanyezimid to let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Zuanye seemed a bit too overly nervous, Sukin comforted him, saying, "Didn't you give me weapons for self-defense? No need to worry about me so much." Zuanya looked at the female before him, her face full of seriousness, and couldn't help but recall her dazzling appearance when she fought the lion with a wooden stick. Wasn't he attracted to that resilience and courage in Sukin? So different from other females? Zuanye let out a soft sigh, his voice low, but very gentle. "I just worry too much about your safety. I believe you can protect yourself." After saying this, Zuanye went to handle as a stray beast the prey. Zuanye made the food really tastes quite good. Sukin quickly finished what Zuanye had prepared for her. The prepared meat before the sun sets, the two of them arrived at the brown bear tribe's entrance. The guarding beastmen, upon seeing Zuanye, immediately became alert. They never expected a four-ring wandering beast to come to the tribe. They quickly surrounded them, their eyes filled with wariness. "Wandering beastmen, what are you doing at the brown bear tribe?" A burly brown bear beastman asked loudly, his gaze fixed intently on Shawani. Zuanye took a step forward and said calmly, "My name is Zuanye. This is my partner, Sukin. We are here to seek the witch doctor's help." Only then did the brown bear beastman shift his gaze to Sukin. Seeing her, there is a pheromone beast ring on the wrist, and the shoulder seems to be injured. Although it is only one ring for now, as long as the pheromone awakens, the beast rings can be upgraded later. A female like this coming to the tribe is simply the best news for the brown bear beastmen. They glanced at each other, but did not let their guard down. After all, they were not unfamiliar with the troubling danger brought by wandering beastmen. "Let her in." A low and gentle voice came through. A tall beastman walked out. This beastman had smooth and powerful muscles, and the four beast rings on his arms were particularly eye-catching. His hair was different from the other beastman's brown hair. It was long, blackened, white mixed. Paired with his steady and elegant temperament, it added a touch of the divine and extraordinary. First war Ruo Chuan. "Why have you come?" Seeing the newcomer, Beastman exclaimed in surprise. "Do you mean we can go in?" Sukin, seeing several beastmen showing him great respect, looked directly at him. "You may enter, but she cannot enter the tribe." Luo Chuan's gaze fell on Zuanye, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. "She is my mate. If she cannot enter the tribe, then I will not enter either." Sukin knew that Thebasmen in the tribe feared stray beasts. Luo Chuan, hearing her words, finally shifted his gaze toward her. "Let them in." Leaving these words, Luo Chuan turned and walked into the tribe. Luo Chuan actually agreed to let stray beasts enter the tribe. Although the other beastmen were somewhat worried, thinking of Luo Chuan's terrifying combat power, they didn't say anything more. As the first warrior of the Brown Bear tribe, Luo Chuan must have full confidence in defeating stray beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let them in. Soon, they arrived at a cave entrance. "This is my dwelling. You can stay here tonight. The shaman is taking care of a female in labor tonight and will come tomorrow to treat you." After saying this, he was about to turn and leave, but was stopped by Sukin. "Thank you. I will definitely repay this kindness in the future," Sukin said sincerely. Luo Chuan gave a slight nod and quickly left. After a whole day of turmoil, Sukin was also tired. Hazily responded, and then fell asleep. Sukin had just fallen asleep not long ago, when a ding system notification sound startled her from her dream host. Sukin successfully marked 4 ring beastmen. Zuanye, 1 lottery draw availability. A line of text appeared that familiar roulette wheel appear again, so soothing beastmen could also grant lottery draws. Sukin focused intently on the roulette wheel. Her gaze was drawn to a sparkling option. On it was written pheromone coagulant. With this thing, wouldn't she not need to bite Zuanye to soothe him anymore? Sukin was determined to get it. The pointer spun out and steadily landed on the pheromone coagulant. Sure enough, the system notification sound rang out again. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining pheromone coagulant in an instant." Sukin's hand held a wooden box. She opened the box lid. Inside there was nothing. The system's control panel also went dark. Not even an instruction manual. Had to put the thing away first, to study it slowly. Later next day, Sukin had just gotten up. Luo Chuan arrived. He stood at the cave entrance. "You probably haven't had breakfast yet. I brought you some lily fruit and roasted meat." In the original owner's memory, there was no lily fruit, so Sukin didn't know what that was, but she smelled the fragrance of rice. Luo Chuan was holding a bamboo tube and a clay bowl. In the bowl was roasted meat, and the ricey aroma was coming from the bamboo tube, the scent emanating from inside. Sukin hadn't smelled the aroma of rice for a long time, and he subconsciously his saliva. "His food, I just get ready, you take it back." Zuanye stepped forward, blocked Sukin, and said cold, "I saw the little female was injured, so I casually prepared these foods. I'll leave them here. If she doesn't eat them, just throw them away." Luo Chuan really put down the food, turned around, and left. "Is it possible that you've misunderstood him? He doesn't look like he has any bad intentions." Sukin felt that Luo Chuan didn't seem to be interested in her. Sukin turned her gaze to the bamboo tube left by Luoquan. The aroma of the rice was really too tempting. Early in the morning, it had already stirred her appetite. In the beast world, this thing should be very precious. Otherwise, the original body wouldn't have. "It's been so many years, and you still haven't eaten?" Seeing Sukin practically drooling with craving, Zuanye walked over and brought in the food Luo Chuan had left. Brought it in. "Want to eat?" Zuanye looked at Sukin, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Sukin nodded vigorously. "So, can I eat or not?" Zuanye stopped laughing and handed her the bamboo tube and clay pot. Not eating would be a waste. Not long after finishing the meal, Luo Chuan came again. This time, he brought the witch doctor with him. The witch doctor was an elderly male. Luo Chuan did not enter the cave. He stood at the cave entrance. The witch doctor saw the wound on Sukin's shoulder and said, "This wound is too severe. It requires continuous application of medicine for a month to fully heal." That long? Sukin originally thought the wound wasn't that big, that resting for a few days would be enough. She hadn't expected it would require such a long time. This cave is Luo Chuan's. She can't keep staying in someone else's place, eating and living for free. Such a serious wound, if not properly cared for, will worsen. Females are inherently delicate. Even a little infection could cost them their lives. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" the witch doctor said with a serious expression. Then he glanced at the nearby Zuanye and said, I have some things I want to say to thief male alone. You go out and wait. For a while, I am her mate. What words need to be said me? Zuanye stared intently at the witch doctor, clearly displeased with his request for him to leave. The witch doctor was not intimidated by Zuanye's imposing manner and remained. The old man maintained a calm attitude and said, some words are only suitable for females to hear. Zuan Yi took a deep breath, and in the end chose to compromise. Z turned and walked out of the cave, but didn't go too far, just guarded the entrance. What? Your shamans here can't find the way back, and need to trouble the first warrior to escort you? Zuanye saw Luo Chuan motionlessly going outside the cave, his tone full of mockery. A female can neutrally on just one male. You can't even protect yourself. She nerd Zuanye's mockery, her elegant eyes deep as she said, that little thought of yours can't be hidden so quickly. Zunia's face was full of scorn. I never hid it in the first place. Luoquan looked directly at Zuanye. My female's safety is none of your concern. You'd better keep your thoughts hidden. Don't let Sukin know. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. What you think of me, I don't care, as long as she agrees. I don't mind having a fight with you. Luo Chuan's deep eyes also carried a chill. Just at that moment, the witch doctor called Zuanye in. His injury has reached the bone. If you want him to recover sooner, for these few days, you must not mate with him. The witch doctor looked at Zuanye with a heavy gaze. Sukin let out a soft sigh, turned to the witch doctor with a smiling said, Witch doctor grandpa, thank you for changing my dressing. My mate will take good care of me. Zuanye saw the witch doctor to the cave entrance. Luo Chuan was still standing there, his gaze still cold and stern. He needs proper rest to recover. I will dig my own cave in the tribe. Will not stay in your place anymore. Zuanye said coldly to Luo Chuan. Luoquan glanced at Zuanye. His injuries are too severe. You two stay in this cave for now. Once he has recovered from his injuries, it won't be too late to move. After saying this, Chuan turned to leave. Luo Chuan, thank you. Sukin, who had overheard the conversation in the cave, walked out of the cave. Males are naturally gentle towards females, so regarding Luo Chuan's kindness, Sukin simply took it as a male's care for a female, without thinking much of it. If there's anywhere you need help, just say the word. Luo Chuan's voice was like a warm spring breeze. In this beast world, there's actually such a warm-hearted person. Just as Sukin was inwardly marveling, he heard Zuanye say coldly, I can get everything the female needs. I don't need your help. Luo Chuan did not respond to Zuanye's words. He gave a slight nod to Sukin and left, as if he hadn't heard what Zuanye said at all, completely ignoring him. Do you mind if I fight him? Zuanye stared at Luoquan's departing figure, gnashing his teeth and saying, Sukin didn't understand why Zuanye had such great hostility towards Luoquan. We're all staying in someone else's place now, so let's not fight anymore. Compared to that, I have something more important to tell you. Hearing it was important, Zuanye followed Sukin into the cave, looking nervous. Did the shaman say something? The little female suddenly said she had something to say. It must be about what the shaman told her when he sent her away earlier. The shaman saw that the wound was made by a sharp blade being thrust in. He suspects I originally intended to cut the beast mark, but you discovered it, which is why it caused the wound on the shoulder. Zuaniden expects Sukin to tell him about her conversation with the shaman. This wound was indeed caused by me. I am willing to accept the beast god's punishment. Zuanya's expression was guilty and solemn as he mentioned the beast god, but Sukin interrupted him with a smile. That was just an accident. I don't blame you. I'm telling you this just to let you know, the people of this tribe don't trust you. Once my injury is healed, well, Eve, Sukin, possessing her original body's memories, knew how much the tribe rejected stray beasts. Being able to entering this brown bear tribe was very difficult, not to mention that the shaman was already suspecting she was forged into a mating bond by a stray beast. Although, she repeatedly explained that she was not forced, judging by the shaman's expression was clear, he simply did not believe her words. The shaman said, "You've injured your bones. I'll go catch some wild boar to make soup for you." Xuanye couldn't wait a moment longer, hurriedly leaving the cave to hunt. Xuanye went hunting. Sukin could only stay in the cave, waiting for his return. Taking advantage of being alone, she took out the wooden box given by the system to study. After looking carefully for a while, she discovered several lines of small characters carved at the bottom of the box. Place the box against your chest, concentrate your will, and channel your pheromones into the box to condense into a pill. Sukin followed the instructions, pressing the wooden box against her chest, took a deep breath, and began to concentrate her will. As she focused, she felt a warm energy flowing from her chest into the box. After several minutes, she slowly opened her eyes, lifted the lid to look, and inside appeared a crystal clear pill. Sukin felt a wave of joy in her heart. It seemed she wouldn't have to work so hard in the future. She gently closed the box, preparing to store the pill properly for future needs. She wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but after the pheromones condensed into the pill, the beast mark on her arm seemed to have darkened slightly in color. Sukin had just hidden the pill when someone called for her outside the cave. She went out to look, and it was Luo Chuan. Here, holding a bamboo basket. The bamboo basket contains bright red fruits. These are sweet fruits picked in the tribe. The other females have already received theirs. There are still some left, so I brought them over for you. Xuanye said Luoquan wants to form a partnership with her. Sukin originally wanted to refuse the things Luo Chuan sent, but what he said was flawless, and she couldn't find a reason to refuse. Thank you, Luo Chuan. Sukin had no choice but to take the bamboo basket and express her thanks. Luo Chuan looked at her, his eyes carrying a faint gentleness. You're welcome, take good care of your injury. If you need anything, just tell me. Sukin nodded in agreement, but seeing that Luo Chuan had no intention of leaving, she opened her mouth and asked, "Do you have anything else? Tonight the tribe has a gathering. All females will attend. Would you like to go?" She hadn't attended a gathering since crossing over to the beast world. Having a chance to interact with other females, she really wanted to go and see. Can I attend? Sukin looked at Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan slightly curved the corner of his lips and smiled. Of course you can. Your attendance is an honor for the tribe. Sukin felt very comfortably to link with Luo Chuan. He handled the boundaries just right, neither overly familiar nor making people feel distant. Not long after Luo Chuan left, Xuanye came back carrying a processed wild boar. Seeing the sweet fruit in Sukin's hands, his dark red eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. Did he bring them to you? Sukin saw Xuanye's displeasure. Gladly, she softly explained, it was Luo Chuan who brought it. But he said he gave it to all thief males in the tribe, so I accepted it. Xuanye frowned, his darker eyes growing even deeper. Such an obvious courtship, sure. Why is his little female just can't tell that Luo Chuan even invited me to tonight's gathering? I want to go take a look and communicate with other females. Maybe it will be helpful for us. Although she has the memories of the original body, this beast world is still very unfamiliar to her. Xuanye frowned again, obviously not too pleased, but in the end still nodded in agreement. All right, but I will accompany you to go together. As night fell, the time for the gathering arrived. Luo Chuan was already there waiting. Seeing Sukin and Xuanye, he smiled, led and came forward. Welcome you. The gathering is about to start. Luo Chuan sagely leading them into the gath. The bonfire at the gathering site was burning brightly. Around the huge bonfire sat groups of beastmen. Each group consisted of one female and several males. Luo Chuan pointed out a spot for them. Zuanye spread the fur bedding on the ground and let Sukin sit on it. Zuanyi are those next to the females. All their partners? Sukin couldn't help asking curiously. As soon as she sat down. Yes, they aerial the females' partners. Females are delicate. One partner alone can hardly protect a female well. The one answering the question was Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan did not leave after leading them to their spot, but instead sat down beside Sukin. Zuanye stared at Luo Chuan and said coldly, "Does the number 1 warrior have no place to sit at the gathering?" Luo Chuan smiled slightly, a hint of teasing in his elegant, gentle phoenix eyes. "Tonight, I'm specially in charge of taking care of our distinguished guests, so naturally I must stay by your side." Zuanye snorted coldly, but because Sukin was present, he couldn't very well make a scene. Sukin, sensing the tension between the two, quickly changed the subject. "Luo Chuan, are there any special activities at this gathering?" "Later, there will be single males competing on stage. The male who wins the competition can court a female he fancies from the audience," Luo Chuan explained. With a smile, "It's a traditional tribal activity. Through the competition, males demonstrate their strength to win the favor of females." Zuanya's face remained dark, but seeing Sukin seemed interested in this. "I'm quite interested in the event," and without saying much more soon, the competition began. Several males took the stage one after another, forming into their beast forms to start the contest. Two massive brown bears wrestled together, standing upright to fight. As a former martial artist in her previous life, Swin watched with boiling excitement, almost standing up to cheer. Zuani noticed Sukin's eyes gleaming as she stared at the males competing on the stage and couldn't help but frown. Could it be that she likes the beast form of brown bears? Halfway through the competition, one male stood out. He was tall, strong, and agile, winning several matches in a row. Luo Chuan saw this and said to Sukin with asmal, "This male is called Lai Feng. He is an outstanding warrior in our tribe and is very popular among females." Sukin nodded and remarked with emotion, "He looks really strong." Zuanyi snorted coldly, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. "Nothing special." Lai Feng had 3 beast rings on his arm. He glanced around, and finally, his gaze settled on Sukin, revealing a confident smile. Sukin was somewhat surprised, unsure why he was looking at her. Zuanyi's suppression immediately darkened, his dark red eyes flickering with dangerous light. Lai Feng walked to the edge of the stage, pointed at Skin, and said loudly, "I wish to court this beautiful female." The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone's eyes focused on Sukin and Zuanye. Zuanye stood up, looking coldly at Li Feng, his voice low and icy. "She is my part." Li Feng, without any fear, met Zuanye's gaze. "So what if you're her partner? You have no right to reject me on her behalf." "I was asking her. Thank you for your kindness, but I didn't plan on finding another partner." Sukin immediately stood up. She only liked watching the fights on the arena. Perhaps she had been staring at the arena for too long, which made Li Feng misunderstand. Li Feng's eyes instantly dimmed, and he jumped off the arena, leaving sadly. Lu Aquan, who had watched the entire process from the side, said, with asmal, "Thought you would accept him. I saw you watching very intently just now. Don't you like his beast form?" "I don't like bears, but if feet were a giant panda, that would be different. After all, who can resist the adorable national treasure?" Hearing this, both Zuanye and Luo Chuan looked at Sukin in shock. "Are you serious? You like giant pandas?" Luo Chuan's originally gentle and steady voice now carried a barely noticeable tremor due to urgency and anticipation. "Can I keep a panda?" This question Sukin turned to ask Zuanye beside her. She originally thought wild bears would be hunted and killed by beastmen, but judging from their reaction, it seemed as long as he liked it, he could keep one. Keeping a panda by one's side was something many people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Thinking about being able to keep a panda, Sukin's eyes were full of light. For some reason, her mind conjured up the image of the panda Zuan Yi she had encountered that day. Hearing her words, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter as if he had heard something hilarious. So you just want to catch a beast to keep as a pet, is that it? When Zuan Yi said this, he was clearly asking Sukin, but his gaze carried a mockery as he looked toward Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan didn't know what he was thinking of, but then also gave a light laugh. Raising a panda is still better than raising poisonous scorpions. Zuan Yi's laughter came to an abrupt halt because of these words. His dark red eyes narrowed dangerously, fixed on Luoquan. Sukin didn't know what the two were up to and was just about to ask for clarification when a somewhat sharp voice rang out beside them. Luo Chuan, why aren't you going on stage to compete? Following the sound, she saw a female with 3 white beast rings on her wrist. Because she had the most males around her, Sukin had taken a few extra glances at her when entering the grounds. She was probably the female with the highest pheromone level in this tribe. Responding gently, Luo Chuan turned to look at the newcomer and smiled slightly. Aiya, I'm responsible for taking care of the honored guest tonight, so I won't be participating in the competition. Aiya curled her lip, her gaze fell upon Skin, looking her up and down, before settling on the single white beast ring on her wrist, her eyes filled with disdain. So Thysis the honored guest you mentioned, with only 1 beast ring? Hearing her words, Luo Chuan's usually gentle eyes, it has also cooled down a bit. Aiya, having a female come to our tribe is an honor for the tribe, and it has nothing to do with how many beast rings she has. After hearing this, Aiya let out a cold laugh. Luo Chuan, don't think I can't tell you have your eye on the male beast by her side. However, there is only 1 beast ring. When your rage factor triggers, she simply cannot soothe you. Sukin had long seen through Aiya was hostile toward her, but she never expected the hostility was because Aiya was afraid Luo Chuan would be snatched away by her. Sukin was just about to explain when Luo Chuan spoke before her, saying coldly, watch your words, Aiya. I'm not forming a bond with you, and it has nothing to do with him. I've said it before. I don't like you. Aiya's face instantly turned very ugly. She lifted her chin and said coldly, you'll regret this. Luo Chuan, he isn't worthy of you at all. Luo Chuan calmly met her gaze. I have never regretted me choices. Aiya snorted coldly, turned around and left. Swin watched Aiya's departing figure and couldn't help but frown. She was currently staying at Luo Chuan's place, which would inevitably lead to misunderstandings among his pursuers. It seemed she needed to move out sooner rather than later. Zuan Yi said coldly to Luo Chuan, this is the last time. You'd better not let me see another female causing trouble for Sukin because of you again. Luo Chuan gave a slight nod, his expression still gentle. I'm sorry. Aiya's behavior is my responsibility. I will handle this matter and won't let her bother Sukin again. Disturbing you, Sukin then said to Luo Chuan, I know you mean no harm, but to avoid misunderstandings, Zuan Yi and I will quickly find a place to move out. Luo Chuan heard that she wanted to move out of his residence and nodded lightly. I will help you find a suitable place as soon as possible. Alright, you are still injured. You should go back and rest properly. Zuan Yi no longer gave Luo Chuan and Sukin a chance to speak. Zuan Ye walked a few steps with Sukin. When footsteps sounded from behind, he stopped and looked back. You are the new female, right? I am Mancha. I think we can become friends. Sukin smiled and said to Mancha, hello, my name is Sukin. Sukin came to the gathering originally wanting to make female friends. AI, relying on being a 3-ring female is too annoying. Mancha came over and hooked her arm with Sukin's. Sukin looked down and saw the 2 beast rings on Mancha's arm. Look over there. The one with the sweet fruit tree. At the entrance is the cave I live in. Sukin looked in the direction Manhwa pointed. If you have time, you can come to my place to sit. We can talk about many interesting things. Sukin nodded. Okay. I will definitely go when I have time. Zuan Yi, standing nearby, calmly observed Manhwa. Althoff remained vigilant in his heart. Seeing Sukin being friendly with her new friend, he didn't say much more. Manhwa continued. Aya always relies on being three-ring beastmen, or to ring others around actually. Most of us females don't lick her. I really like her, you must come to my house. The hot summer night made Sukin lose control. No, the witch doctor said we cannot mate. At the critical moment, Zuan Yi remembered the witch doctor's warning, pulled her away from his embrace, then was about to get up and leave. Sukin's eyes were somewhat dazed, with a hint of grievance. Her cheeks flushed red. If you're afraid of hurting my wound, I have a way. Do you want to hear it? Zuan Yi's eyes slightly lit up. What way? Sukin smiled and said, listen to me, don't move around. The temperature inside the cave gradually rose, and outside the cave in the woods, a pair of furry ears twitched. As the sounds inside the cave grew more ambiguous, the panda's ears involuntarily trembled even more violently, its nose gently sniffing, and its heartbeat seemed to accelerate. The next day, when the witch doctor came to change the dressing, Zuan Yi and Sukin both guiltily remained silent. But the witch doctor still noticed said something amiss, and said sternly to Zuan Yi, even if the wound didn't tear, you still cannot mate. Did you take my words as wind past your ears? Zuan Yi lowered his gaze, letting the witch doctor scold him. Sukin couldn't bear to watch, and spoke up to coax the witch doctor. Anti-witch doctor, don't blame him, it was me who clung to him. Onlathan did the witch doctor turn to look at her with some surprise. Impossible, it's not yet the rainy season, not the time for females to be in heat. After all, Sukin had crossed over from modern times. For her, whether it was mating season or not didn't seem to matter much. If you really took the initiative, I suggest you find a few more partners. The rainy season is coming soon, and by then, you'll regret not finding more partners. The witch doctor looked at Sukin and seriously suggested, if you haven't decided who to mate with yet, what do you think of Luo Chuan? He's the #1 warrior of our tribe. She quickly shook her head. Aunt Witch Doctor, I currently have no plans to mate. A male as outstanding as Luo Chuan should meet a more suitable female. As usual, Luo Chuan, who had brought the witch doctor over, also heard Sukin's words outside the door. His body stiffened. Suddenly, after the witch doctor finished hanking her medicine and left, Sukin pulled Zuan Yi over and asked, when will the rainy season arrive? Soon, probably in just over 10 days. The rainy season will come. Good, then. Let's find a place to move out before the rainy season arrives. If we keep living, Luo Chuan will have no here to stay during the rainy season. Zuan Yi nodded and said, okay. We might need to stock up on more food for the rainy season. I'll go hunting first. Wait for me to come back. After Zuan Yi left, Sukin walked out of the cave. She planned to go find Manhwa. She had too little information and needed to gather more knowledge related to survival. After all, she only had Zuan Yi as a partner. She couldn't rely on him for everything. She also wanted to do something herself. When Sukin arrived at the cave where Manhwa lived, he saw several of Manhwa's companions busy handling the prey, and unexpectedly, Luo Chuan was there too. In her courtyard, Sukin saw Manhwa walking out from inside the cave, a cheerful smile on her face. She quickly walked over to Sukin's side, warmly took her hand. Come in and sit. Luo Chuan just brought some fresh fruit. You two have some fruit first. If you like it, you can tell me. I'll go hunting first. Luoquan gave Manhwa a gentle smile, nodded slightly Toskin, then left. He seems to be especially good to the females, often giving fruit. Sukin watched Luo Chuan's tall, straight back and said, he's very busy. Usually, he wouldn't personally deliver fruit like today. Hope knows why he personally delivered it today. Mancha said he's very busy, but it seems he delivers supplies every time. She thought Luo Chuan was quite free, but so much prey needs to be processed. Sukin looked at the pile of prey stacked like a small hill at the door and asked, "Yes, the rainy season is coming soon. These past few days, while the weather is good, we have to process all this prey, make it into dried meat. In the original bodies, Mary, the rainy season is very, very long. But the dates are quite vague, roughly 2 or 3 months or so. With this much dried meat, it should be a not eat for the whole rainy season, right?" Sukin asked curiously. "A Javi 7 mates, males eat a lot. This amount of stuff still isn't enough. You only have 1 mate. How is your food preparation for the rainy season going?" Mancha remembered Sukin seems to only have 1 beastman mate and asked with concern. "I'm in the middle of preparing," Sukin answered with a smile. "By the way, do you know where wild fruits grow in abundance? Are you going to pick wild fruits? But the rare beasts there can be very dangerous. Have your mate go pick them for you." Sukin knew Mancha was worried about her. After all, in the beast world, females have no combat power. Protected by males since childhood, Mancha simply has no concept that females can also work. "I'll have Zuanye go help me pick them. You just tell me the location." Mancha called over one of her mates to have him tell Sukin where to find the wild fruits. Because beastmen don't know how to draw maps, Sukin relied on her description, drew a map on the ground, and after confirming the location with her, he memorized it. "Sukin, you are amazing. Sai, you actually know how to draw. I always thought only priests had this kind of ability." Mancha looked at Sukin, her eyes full of admiration. "If you want to draw, I can teach you too," Sukin said with a slight smile. Mancha shook her head. "I don't know how. It looks very. Was your father a priest? How do you know how to draw?" Priests hold a rather special status in the beast world. Sukin still didn't want to be associated with priests. Sukin smiled evasively, bid farewell to Mancha, and went to the place her partner mentioned. The back mountain of the Brown Bear tribe is all the Brown Bear tribe's territory. In a small valley, there were many wild fruit trees. She was also here, discovering so many grapes on the vine that could all be made into raisins for storage. It was very convenient. She picked one and tasted it, sour and sweet. The flavor was still pretty good. Not sure if it was because there were too many grapes, or because beastmen don't like sour things. So many grapes were actually left unpicked. Sukin took out the beast hide bag she brought and put the picked grapes inside. Because there were so many grapes, she picked only the biggest and sweet fruits and didn't notice the danger quietly approaching. Sukin had just reissued to hook a bunch of grapes from a high place when a leopard sprang out and pounced toward her. Leopards make no sound when approaching prey, so by the time Sukin noticed it, the leopard was almost upon her. She wanted to dodge, but it was already too late, instinctively closing her eyes. However, the expected pain did not come. She opened her eyes and saw a panda that had rushed out from somewhere, and with a few swats, it killed that leopard, which looked quite large. In Sukin's impression, pandas were all cute and lovable. A heroic panda that could knock down a fierce beast with just a few swats. She was seeing one for the first time. That panda, after killing the leopard with a few swats, stood frozen on the spot, then slowly turned its head to look at Sukin. Sukin looked at the panda and found it somewhat familiar, as if it was the panda she saw by the river that day. "Are you?" Sukin said, while walking toward the panda, but before she could finish her sentence, she also, knowing what the panda thought of it, suddenly turned around and ran away. Sukin saw the panda running away and chased after it. The panda's round, chubby body somehow ran so fast that Sukin almost ran her legs off and still couldn't catch up to the panda. Sukin leaned against a tree by the river, panting heavily, when suddenly she saw a person emerge from the river water. His figure gradually became clear. Sukin was instantly stunned. She never thought she would see Luo Chuan here. Luo Chuan turned around and saw Sukin. A flicker of surprise first flashed in his eyes, followed by a faint smile. "What are you doing here?" Sukin looked at Luo Chuan nervously. "I was picking fruits. A leopard suddenly pounced, and then a panda saved me." Luo Chuan chuckled lightly. "So that's how it is." Luo Chuan walked up the shore. "You said you were picking wild fruits just now. Let me help you carry them back." "No need. I won't take too much." "Aren't you out hunting? Where's the prey?" Luo Chuan heard her refusal, and a flash of disappointment passed through his eyes. "Where are the fruits you picked?" Luo Chuan asked gently. Sukin pointed in the direction of the grapefruit tree. "Over there. The prey I just hunted is also over there. We can go back together." Remembering the beast that had appeared there, Sukin also nodded, not refusing. It was on her way anyway. Going back together didn't seem to have any downside for her. Soon, the two arrived under the grapefruit tree. Sukin pointed at the animalskin bag under the tree and said, "There aren't many of those either. I can carry them back myself." Following her onion white fingers looked over. There indeed was a filled beast skin bag. Luo Chuan's gaze wept over her injured shoulder. He slightly furrowed his brows, silently walked over and hoisted that beast skin bag onto his shoulder. Luoquan's action made Sukin pause for a moment. Immediately following up Toze, "Luo Chuan, don't you still have prey? I can carry these. It's fine. I don't have much prey. Let's go." When they reached home, Thai encountered Zuanye anxiously running out from the cave. He probably didn't see her in the cave, so he came out to look for her. "Zuanye, I'm back." Sukin waved at him. "Where did you go?" Zunya's voice was full of concern. "I went to gather some wild fruits and came back." Sukin pointed at the beast skin bag Luo Chuan brought back. Zuanye then shifted his gaze to Luo Chuan, who had returned together with them. Zuanye furrowed his brows. "You went with him?" "No, we happened to meet in the wild." Sukin truthfully explained. "Happened to meet?" Zuanye turned his gaze toward Luo Chuan. If it were before, she would have exchanged a few words with Zuanye, but for some reason, today she was unusually quiet. She placed the beast skin bag and thepri she had hunted at the entrance, turned and left. "Luo Chuan, your prey." Sukin couldn't help but remind him. Luo Chuan turned back, deeply looked at Sukin for a moment, didn't say anything else, turned and left. "The rainy season is coming soon. The prey I hunted today isn't enough yet. Wait a moment. I plan to go hunt some more game." Following Zuanya's pointing direction, I look and see two enormous pieces of game at the cave entrance. "You two probably don't need turmeric food, right? Don't go out this afternoon." "While the afternoon soon is good, let's deal with it first. Download these." Zuanye couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "The rainy season isn't just a day or two. If we don't store some food soon, time will run out." "Enough." Sukin looked at Thifu prey and furrowed his brows. "These prey look big, but after bandried into jerky, the edible parts, there's much less of us left. Let's make the meat into sausages." Sukin suggested sausages? What's that? Zuan Yi heard it for the first time. The term. Sukin smiled and explained. Lap chiong is a type of food made from meat and other seasonings, more storable than dried meat. It's also more delicious. Zuan Yi looked at Sukin curiously. "Is this your rabbit tribe's food?" Sausage is something she learned from the modern era. But time travel is something Huell'd understand even if I explain it. So she just nodded and accepted her explanation. Sukin then briefly said, "The method of making sausage." Zuanye carried the prey to the riverside to process. Taking advantage of this time, Sukin took the picked grapes made into raisins are definitely the best snack during the rainy season and dry season. Sukin carefully washed the fruit grains and then found a wooden board, picking thewest grapes one by one, spreading them out on the board. She placidly bored in the ample sunlight. After finishing these tasks, Xuanye returned with the processed game. Seeing Sukin's son dreed grapes, he couldn't help but feel very strange way. Won't the golden dew fruit rot if placed here? So, grapes are called golden dew fruit. No, it will turn into dried fruit. Very delicious. Then Sukin started telling him how to make sausage. Xuanye had already cleaned the intestines of the game, and the meat was cut into small pieces. Sukin took out some salt from the cave to marinate them, then had Xuanye stuff this meat into the intestines, using a thin thread to tie up the stuffed sausage section by section. This method is really novel, but we can't make too many anymore. The salt might not be quite enough. Xuanye, following Sukin's instructions, hung the cured sausage on the tree branch while saying, "Brown bear tribe falling in this area should be considered a large tribe. The stored salt should be sufficient. We can exchange more salt with the tribe Sukin." Upon hearing this proposal, Xuanye lowered his gaze, and after a moment of silence, finally said, "I didn't have many rare animal pelts with me. Those were originally meant to be kept for you to make clothes for the cold journey. If they are to be traded for salt, no wonder Xuanye would fall silent. Then let that rare beast hide be kept. Wear it, I have a way." Sukin then ran into the mountain cave, and when he came out, he had an extra pill in his hand, precisely that token of trust. The pill condensed by the essence condenser. Xuanye, upon seeing that pill, he was completely stunned. Beastmen are naturally sensitive to key, taste sensitive. Males are even more extremely sensitive to the scent of pheromones. Xuanye recognized at a glance that it was the pheromone of a female. I have also heard that some priests of large tribes can condense the pheromones of high-ranking females into pills, but being able to make such medicine, the pill can only be high-level priest's pheromone. Where did you get the pill from? Xuanye instantly turned serious. Could it be that the little female's father is a priest? But upon second thought, it seems unlikely, as priests hold a lofty status. Even if the father died early, his children cannot possibly be sold by the tribe to the wandering beast. Sukin saw Xuanye's seriousness and also endured. Can't help but feel nervous, but he is her partner, the most trustworthy person in this world. That is my pheromone. The congealed her pondered for a moment and confessed frankly. Xuanye, hearing her words, was even more shocked. He picked up that pill, took it close and sniffed it, his face full of shock as he looked at Sukin. Sukin's pheromone he recognized, this pill in his hand. Clearly, it's her pheromones, but she is only a first ring female. How could she condense such pure pheromones? Could he be a priest? But this idea is even less reliable. Priests have always only been male, they cannot be female. Sukin knew that it might be impossible to explain the system's matter to him clearly for the time being, so she handed the pheromone condenser to Xuanye. This thing can condense pheromones into pills. As for how it works, I'm not clear about it either. It was also by chance that I obtained the pheromone condenser. Its exterior is just an ordinary wooden box. Xuanye took it and turned it over and over. I checked several times, seeing that it didn't believe Sukin had taken the wooden box. She demonstrated once in front of his iced condensation of pheromones from the wood. When taking out the freshly solidized pill from the box and handed it to Xuanye, he finally believed what Sukin had said. Xuanye looked nervous, looking around. Besides me, who else knows about this? Xuanye lowered his voice and asked. Sukin shook his head, saying nothing. When you used it to make pills, did you feel any discomfort anywhere? Xuanye asked worriedly. Sukin shook her head, said, "It's not uncomfortable, but currently, it seems only one can be produced each day." Xuanye, hearing her words, widened his eyes. One day can produce one pheromone apple. This is more than just a bit stronger than the efficiency of the pheromone pills made by the priests. How much salt can be exchanged? Swin asked Xuanye, who once again brought the pheromone pill close to his nose and sniffed, able to confirm that pill. The efficacy is at least above that of the pheromones of the three ring Females, at least 5 large pottery jars for the ORCs on land. Salt. It is a very precious resource. Land beastmen every year will bring several carts of prey to the seaside to exchange for salt with aquatic beastmen. Can only exchange for 10 large pottery jars of salt. 5 large pottery jars is half a year's salt supply for a tribe. This time widened eyes. It's Sukin. So this little thing is actually so valuable. And outside the cave, a pair of brown cat ears twitched then. He quietly left. The next day, Sukin was awakened by noises outside the cave. Sukin rubbed his blearies and got up from the animal skin. She slowly sat up, hearing a clamor-off noise coming from outside, then rose and walked towards the cave entrance, seeing Zuanye already standing there. Outside the cave, with a cold, stern, and sullen expression, stands Zuanye. Opposite him stands a group of male beastmen from the Brown Bear tribe, with the one at the very front. It was precisely the leader of the Brown Bear tribe, Zuanye, who said to the chieftain, with a face full of displeasure, "We entered the tribe only after obtaining Luo Chuan's agreement. Now saying the tribe disagrees with me living here, what does this mean?" Sukin heard this and couldn't help but be stunned. These beastmen actually came to drive them away. I never agreed to let you live in the tribe. The Brown Bear chieftain looked at Zuanye and said, "Now that the rainy season is about to arrive, plus Sukin's injuries have not yet healed, being driven out of that tribe. Now, their situation is definitely, it's not good. So is this about driving us away?" Zuanye asked coldly. The clan leader waved his hand, saying, "The rainy season is about to arrive. I also don't want to see females in the rainy season and wandering beastmen." Drifting outside, the Brown Bear clan leader paused for a moment, then said, "Tribe, there is a rule that we don't accept stray beastmen, but since the little female is injured, we cannot be too harsh on you. You can continue to stay in that tribe, but there is a condition." Zuanya's dark red eyes narrowed dangerously as the clan leader mentioned. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he looked sharply at the clan leader. "Since the little female has pheromones, she should be given to the tribe. Drop some information Suwan, as payment for living in the tribe." Sukin was stunned for a moment when he heard this. It seems it was from yesterday. When she took out the pheromone pill, she was spotted by a nearby beastman who reported it to the clan leader. They clearly intended to take advantage for free. Now, he is not even willing to exchange it for the Liana Rock, instead letting her use the pheromone pill as a condition for siding in the tribe. 1 pheromone pill. How rare the pheromone pill is, Theklan leader couldn't possibly not know. How could we have a pheromone pill? Even if we did, would it be for the sake of living down here means you can just take it out? The cost of living in this tribe is way too high, isn't it? The clan leader looked at Zuanya's indifferent attitude. The 4 beast rings on the arm glinted coldly in the sunlight. The clan leader's beast rings also numbered 4, but if compared to Zuanya's fighting alone, he knew his chance of winning weren't great after all. Zuanya's beast form was a poisonous scorpion, and he could even use venom, but today Heaven brought over a dozen of strongest males from the tribe, including 4 4-ring beastmen. He just didn't believe they couldn't handle. "No, Zuanye. This stray beast we have beast people saw you hiding pheromone pills, in our tribe hiding pheromone. The vegetarian balls are to be severely punished if you hand them over voluntarily. The tribe will not only not punish, but will also let you continue staying in the tribe." Sukin saw through it. This tribal chief was here to openly rob. With such a chief, she had no desire to stay any longer living in this tribe. She was just about to step forward to say she no longer lived here, when suddenly Somion spoke up. "Chief, they are my esteemed guest. What clan rules did they violate, can you tell me?" Everyone followed the sound and looked. Luo Chuan unknown. When did he come over? The clan leader saw Luo Chuan approaching. His face slightly changed. He knew Luo Chuan's status and influence within the tribe. At strength, they dare not easily offend Luo Chuan. They privately hoarded pheromone pills. Accordito our clan rules, they cannot be in The tribal chief glanced at Sukin and Zuan Yi and said, Luo Chuan looked at the chief and asked, Chief, what the clan rules stipulate is, the ORCs in the tribe cannot privately hoard pheromone pills, but they are foreign ORCs, so how can tribal rules be used to restrain them? The clan leader's expression changed slightly, but thinking of the precious pheromone pills, he still braced himself and said, no matter what he is, are they not outsiders? Beasts, people, as long as they reside in our tribe, they must abide by our clan rules. So the chief says, admit that they are the beastmen living here? Luo Chuan coldly questioned. The clan leader, questioned by Luo Chuan like this, only then realized his own. He has already fallen into the trap set. If he wants to use the clan rules to punish Sukin, to make her produce her pheromone, it means he admitting they are the beastmen living in the brown bear tribe since the chieftain acknowledged they live. Now, he lets Sukin take it. Releasing pheromone pills also living condition, isn't this self-contradictory? Luo Chuan's voice wasn't loud, but all the beasts present, people could hear it clearly and distinctly. Most of the beastmen were simple-minded, and before Luo Chuan raised his question, no one thought there was anything wrong with what the clan leader said. If there's an issue, hearing Luoquan say this, I then realized the clan leader's words were self-contradictory. The clan leader took a deep breath, barely forcing out a faint smile. There might be some misunderstanding. The rainy season is about to start. The little female Alcedo doesn't need to leave the tribe. Just stay down with this attitude change. It's way too fast. Luo Chuan, just a few words, and he had the clan leader completely under control. It's clear Luo Chuan is in the tribe. The status here is no longer needed. I'm afraid to stay here one day. You might bring beastmen again to rob things. Living here, I don't feel at ease. Let's just go. Sukin didn't even think before ejecting the clan leader's insincere attempt to make her stay. After saying this, she looked towards Zuanye, her heart still filled with some unease. After all, the rainy season is coming soon, and leaving the tribe now is not a wise move. Zuanye gave a cold glance. With a clan leader like you, what wists black and white, one can also imagine what kind of tribe the brown bear tribe will develop into in the future. Down, even if you beg us to stay, we won't stay. He turned his head to look at Sukin. Let's go. Zuan Yi's voice was low and firmly. Sukin felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. The clan leader's face turned ashen, yet he could find no words to refute him, only able to turn to Luo Chuan cast a pleading glance at the side. Although the clan leader didn't know how Sukin obtained the pheromone pill, at least she, with this thing, it means she has a channel to obtain information. Su Wan's channel. He doesn't want her to leave the tribe. Luo Chuan's voice was low. Outside is about to enter the rainy season. The weather will become very harsh. Sukin, the injuries on your body haven't healed yet, and you haven't prepared enough food for the rainy season either. Sukin knew that Luo Chuan was sincerely analyzing the pros and cons, not trying to keep them later. What bad intentions to play. Perhaps only Luo Chuan is the most trustworthy beast man in this brown bear tribe. Unfortunately, the brown bear tribe, the clan leader is too greedy and sinister. She will not continue to stay here. Sukin looked at Luo Chuan and said sincerely, Luo Chuan, I know you mean well for me, but in this tribe, we can never truly feel at ease. Thank you for your help, but we have decided to leave. Opening Luo Chuan heard Sukin's words, he took a deep breath, looked at Zuanye and Sukin, his firm. Since you have decided leave, then I'll go with you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The clan leader's face turned even more unsightly. Luo Chuan, you are the first warrior of our tribe. You cannot leave the tribe. Zuanye and Sukin were exhausted. Sukin was even more suspicious. Puzzled, he asked, Luo Chuan, why are you walking with us? Luo Chuan turned his gaze to Takshuan Yekshawani. You understand. You can't even protect yourself. let alone a female. Zuanye glanced at Luo Chuan, though feeling somewhat displeased inside, he had to admit. Luo Chuan is right. Given the current situation, he alone indeed cannot guarantee Sukin's safety. Zuanya's eyes deepened. Deep. The look in Luo Chuanzi's was full of complexity, but in the end, he shifted his gaze away and explained to Sukin, "You can't you not know Luo Chuan? He isn't a male of the brown bear tribe, our own clan, so it might not be very convenient for him to stay here." Zuanya's what was said greatly shocked Sukin. She had always thought that as the first warrior of the brown bear tribe, Luo Chuan was definitely from the brown bear tribe, male of our own clan. Never thought was an outsider. Beastman. An outsider beastman having such status and achievements within the tribe is very easy. But just now, for helping her speak, he offended the clan leader. Given the clan leader's personality, after they leave, he might. Luo Chuan is at a disadvantage. No wonder Luo Chuan also wants to leave with them. Sukin quickly figured out the pros and cons involved. Towards Luo Chuan nodded and said, "Good. Then let's go together." And Luo Chuan is a four-ring beastman. He and them walk together. For him, seeing this, the clan leader's face grew even darker. Luo Chuan, doing this is betraying the tribe. Have you no regard for the tribe's interests? Luo Chuan coldly stared at the clan leader, his tone resolute. Clan leader, have you never betrayed the tribe? It was you who did these things for your own selfish desires. You are not worthy of my continued service to Theklan leader. Luo Chuan's words stung. Gnashing teeth in anger, yet powerless to refute him. Knowing that Luo Chuan held high prestige within the tribe, forcibly keeping him would be difficult. It will only cause Marita satisfaction. Since you have decided to leave, then go. Booty warn you, if you dare to again stepping into the brown bear tribe, I will not show mercy. The clan leader said angrily. Zuani Esnerd, don't worry, we won't. The clan leader coldly glared at them once more, then left with a few males. Luo Chuan stepped forward, gently said to Suking and Zuanye, "We're leaving now, the rainy season is coming soon. We need to find a safe place as soon as possible." Zuanye, he glanced at you, "Go pack up your things, we will set off now." Then turned his gaze toward Sukin's nearest leopard tribe. "It will take 2 days to descend. We might have to travel in beast form. You can sit on Luo Chuan. Ikno, you don't like me very much." A flicker of a kiss and a glance passed through the beast form Zuanya's eyes. Just as Su Kin was about to deny it, Luo Chuan beside him suddenly manifested his beast form. Luo Chuan's the beast form is a majestic, Ondawe-inspiring giant panda, with a robust physique, its black and white fur gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Luo Chuan's beast form is both majestic and adorable, but Sukin is staring in a daze. She has not only seen this giant panda before, but also kissed it. At that time, I only thought it was a wild panda, but that panda turned out to be Luo Chuan's beast form. After Luo Chuan transformed into his beast form, looking back at the dazed Sukin, there was a hint of gentle apology in his eyes. Sukin, at that time, I didn't mean to hide it on purpose. Sukin was taken aback for a moment, then recalled that time of accidentally kissing the giant panda, his cheeks slightly reddening. Although he did, I really didn't mean to. I didn't intentionally hide it. Luo Chuan, who is always clear and logical, was uncharacteristic, stumbling over his words. Sukin, the more I think about it, the more awkward it feels. In the end, I just softly sighed and said, "Don't you have anything to prepare? Wait until you're ready. We meet again." Luo Chuan saw she wasn't angry. Her eyes lit up, turned it around, and left. After he left, Sukin looked at Zuanye. Yauk knew it all along. Zuanye could tell from the start that Luo Chuan's beast form is a panda we currently need. He had Zuanye walk up to Sukin, lowering his head to look at her, his gaze cautious and careful, as if afraid she would get angry. She came. I've never seen Zuanye being so cautious. it makes her reluctant to blame him. But there is something she must make clear. You hope me and Luo Chuan become partners? Hearing the words, become partners, Zuanya's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and it wasn't after half a moment that he slowly spoke. If you want to, I don't want to, Zuanye, I only want you as my partner. Zuanye heard her words and tightly held her in his arms. He pulled her into his embrace, burying his head in the crook of her shoulder, his voice trembling slightly. I'm so glad you said that. If you didn't like it, you can also not accept Luo Chuan. But if one day you really want to accept him, I will not have any complaints with you. Today, this sentence is enough. After holding for quite a while, Zuanye finally let go of her and said, Yaukno, the rainy season is coming, I need him for now. But you don't have to accept him as your partner. Sukin, hearing Zunyasire's slightly frown, it is also a point she cannot accept, since she does not intend to accept Luo Chuan as a partner. What does it mean to accept his help? What's going on? How is this Anna different from a trashy woman who treats suitors as backups? No, since I have no intention of making him my partner and asking him for help again, isn't this just taking advantage of him? Sukin disagrees with Shawani's proposal. This is his own will. It's not like we forced him, why can't we? Zuanye clearly didn't understand her thoughts. Speaking of which, this is the beast. The world is different from the one he originally came from. He has been using his original understanding to comprehend it, yet he has overlooked the beastman thoughts, and his are fundamentalified, but the beast world has its own rules. He understands the principle of following local customs. Just that he's done. It may still take a bit of time to fully accept it. Luo Chuan has finished packing and returned. Both Zuanye and Luo Chuan have transformed into their beast forms. Luo Chuan very naturally putting his own things on Zuanya's back, emptying his own back, slightly bending down, waiting for Sukin to sit. Come up. It's safer for you to sit on my back. Zuanya's beast form isn't convenient for carrying you. Zuanya's beast form is a scorpion. Although he usually tries to maintain a human form, once he needs to travel in his beast form, his appearance really makes Sukin quite. Sukin hesitated for a moment, but still climbed onto his back. Luo Chuan's fur was soft and warm. Sukin sat on his back. The tense mood relaxed quite a bit. The beast formed Luo Chuan's travel speed was very fast. Booth's posture remained steady all along. Sukin didn't feel any bump at all. If you're tired, you can sleep for a while. I won't let you fall. Luo Chuan. Suddenly, Sukin, who was hour-didracy and on the verge of sleep, upon hearing this, responded with a nasal sound, and then lay down on his body. On the sleeping, Zuanye, who had been following all along, saw that Sukin had fallen asleep, then dared to catch up to Luoquan's side. The little female doesn't like him. The beast form could only follow them from a bit farther away. Do you know the chief of the leopard tribe? Zuanye asked. They and the eagle tribe. Falling into discord, they need the four-ring beastmen to join their tribe. The eagle tribe? Zuanya's dark red-eye color deepens. Deep, no longer speaking. Theron in silence for a while. Luo Chuan couldn't hold back any longer and asked, how could Sukin have pheromone pill? Zuanye looked deeply at Luoquan and said, if you want to stay by her side, then don't ask so much that I can tell you. Yours is, she has the ability to produce one pheromone pill a day. Luo Chuan, hearing this, widened his eyes, his face full of shock. This world full of dangers, females need the care of multiple partners to survive. However, our female lead, Sukin, Althosh only has one partner. Her previous incarnation was a martial arts champion and a popular wilderness survival blogger in this world. It is precisely the place where she can fully display her skills. The rainy season is about to arrive soon, and if we don't hurry to stockpile food, it will be very difficult to get through. As Sukin's only companion, Zuanye obviously fared some setbacks when the two of them sought refuge with the Brown Bear tribe, and got to know the Brown Bear tribe. First warrior Luo Chuan never expected Luo Chuan's beast form to actually be Sukin's favorite giant panda due to the tribal chief's miss. According to the requirements, Luo Chuan left the Brown Bear tribe for Zhu King, although Luo Chuan diddled this for Zhu King. However, Zhuanye, I do not wish for Luo Chuan to become Sukin's partner. Continuing from the previous passage, the three of them were on their way to the Leopard tribe's territory when Sukin was struck by a formation. The aroma of rice wafted through the air, waking me. Opening my eyes, I saw two people cooking with bamboo tubes, each grain distinct. Luo Chuan looked up at Sukin and smiled. Open your mouth, wake up, you can eat it right away. Sukin sat down beside Luo Chuan, watching him cook the fruit, full of curiosity. I heard that the lily fruit grows in the edge of a cliff. Did you pick a lot? Luo Chuan nodded in response. I brought quite a few, it should be enough. You eat for a good while, he said, as heaping the bamboo tube, fanned it a few times to let it cool slightly, then handed it to Sukin. It's still a bit hot, eat. Be careful. When Sukin looked at Xuanye, seeing that he seemed to have no opinion about Luo Chuan's actions, she could put it into her food. Everything was prepared by Xuanye. How come it has now been changed to Luo Chuan? Luo Chuan not only cooked the fruit grains, but also grilled meat for her, Sukin. After finishing, she was slightly shy and sincerely thanked Sukin, who was not a true female of the beast world, for the kindness from a non-partner male. Fa calmly accepted that she was pondering how to repay Luo Chuan. Suddenly remembered the pheromone pill, took out one and handed it towards Luo Chuan. You thought Luo Chuan would be polite, but he smiled and accepted the pheromone pill. Zuan Yi didn't say this thing. Is it that rare? How come Luo Chuan doesn't seem to think it's anything special? How could you be bought over with just one meal? I'll make that for you. So many meals, and I've never seen you think me so much. Duanya's tone carried a hint of teasing, his dark red eyes seeming to hold something he couldn't understand. His emotions were all because she gave Luo Chuan a pheromone pill. His reaction was unexpectedly so intense. I still have pheromone pills, do you want? I'll give you however much you want. Sukin, worried he might do something irrational, quickly said, I don't want that thing, I want you. Directly comforted by saying, Xuanye placed Sukin on the animal skin mattress, leaned over and gazed at her. Xuanye's voice was low. The violent factor in her body is acting up a bit. Upon hearing these words, Sukin finally becomes nervous as she remembers that once the violent factor becomes agitated, the influence on Xuanye is not small. Since he doesn't like to eat pheromone pills, then he doesn't have to eat them. It's just that the chin is a bit troublesome. Zuan Yi is her partner. This request should be able to satisfy her. Sukin bit down on Xuanya's nape. Having had previous experience, this time the bite was very accurate. Kin secretly glanced at Luo Chuan not far away, seeing his expression calm. Lowering his eyes to work, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Chuan must have also experienced the torment of the violent factor. Household understand that he was merely trying to soothe. At this moment, Luo Chuan appeared calm on the surface, but his hands had long been clenched tight, the veins on his wrists bulging. As evening approached, they arrived. The leopard tribe's location is even more concealed than the brown bear tribes, and it appears more prosperous. The tribe's edge has tall, the large stone wall, clearly built to defend against external threats. The guards at the tribe's entrance saw them approaching and stepped forward warily. Inquiry, who are you people? Why have you come to our leopard tribe? Xuanye coldly stared at the guard, not answering. Luo Chuan stepped forward, smiling as he explained, we are here to join the tribe. The guard's gaze lingered on Xuanye for a moment. At that moment, a flicker of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Stray beast, our Tribe does not take in stray beasts. Xuanyi's gaze instantly turned ice cold, obviously. Very dissatisfied with the guard's attitude, Luo Chuan hurriedly blocked. In front of him, pointed at Sukin and said, although she is a stray beastman, but they are already mated. That is, his female. Only then did. The guards turned their gaze to Sukin, seeing the bracelet on her wrist, wearing a white beast ring, yet there is only one mate beast mark on the body. It turns out to be the mate of that four-ringed wandering beast. Only a female. His partner is a four-ringed stray beast, which forces them to be cautious in dealing with Luo Chuan, who subtly blocks the other's view of. Sukin's gaze said, if you cannot decide to let us in, you can ask the clan leader to come over. The guard listened to Luo Chuan. The proposal, as if suddenly realizing, immediately had an ORC run to notify the chieftain. The leopard tribe chieftain Sanuo is very young, is the four-ring beastman. He caught sight of Sukin at a glance, and with just that one look, found it somewhat hard to tear his gaze away. Luo Chuan saw Sanwo's figure. Without the mark of the beast, Hekimli took a step forward, blocking his line of sight towards Sukin and said, we want to join the leopard. The gaze of the Sanuo tribes keenly fell upon Luo Chuan, and seeing that he bore no beast mark of a bonded mate, He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. For the panda beast before my eyes, Theamin is one of the small female's companions. It seems they are still in the pursuit stage, only the female has not accepted yet. The patriarch Sanwo's face had a friendly smile, turning his body slightly. He looked in the direction of Xuanye and Sukin and said, since you're here to join the leopard tribe, we are very welcome. Xuanye was not happy because of Sanwo's words, on the contrary. And with a glance at his neck, which bore no mate's beast mark, his gaze darkened. He had taken a liking to his own little female. After Luo Chuan saw the look in Sano's eyes when he looked at Sukin, his thoughts aligned with Xuanye's, and instinctively heightened his vigilance. He also didn't expect joining the tribe to go so smoothly this time. He didn't even get to use the pheromone pills prepared as a meeting gift for Sanuo. The three followed Sanwinto, the leopard tribe. The tribal chief Sanuo led them to a wooden hut and said, the wooden house is unoccupied. You can stay here temporarily. That wooden house looks exquisite, and does not seem to have been vacant for long. The appearance seems as if it was intentionally left waiting for someone to live in. Luo Chuan looked toward the not too distant, most grandly and solidly built wooden house. Asked, presumably that is their residence of the clan leader, right? Sanuo, hearing Luo Chuan's question, nodded. Indeed, it is my residence. Currently, I'm the only one living here. If the female has any needs, feel free to find me anytime. My name is Sain Wakshawani. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but frown. Are there any other empty rooms? Luo Chuan isn't mated yet. It wouldn't appropriate for us to share a cabin. If it's convenient for Chief Sainu, Luo Chuan can also stay at your place if there are no empty rooms left. I don't object to the little female. Stay at my place, but I'm noticed to living with males. Sanuo noticed Xuanye's hostility towards him, but only smiled slightly. A smile, Xuanye slightly narrowed his eyes, staring at Sanuo. My female is taken care of by me. No need for outsiders to interfere. Sukin detected. When Xuanye had hostility towards the clan leader, she smiled and thanked Sanuo. After all, they had just arrived at the tribe and he provided them with a wooden house to live in. We should express our gratitude. Thank you, Chief Sanuo, for your kindness. My name is Sukin. We are fine staying right here. If there is any what needs to be told will be told to you. Luo Chuan also took a step forward and said to Sino with a smile, Chief Sino, Sukin's injuries are still not good. We may need a witch doctor to treat her. Sanuo nodded, his gaze shifting between Sukin and Luo Chuan. Since that's the case, you all settle down first. I'll have the witch doctor come over tomorrow to treat female Sukin after Sanuo leaves. Zuanye brought Sukin and Luo Chuan into a wooden house. This place isn't suitable for long-term stay. We need to find a new place and move out as soon as possible. Zuanye, looking at the interior decoration, he said, "Why isn't this house always empty?" Sukin was full of doubt. Since the cabin is empty, where she doesn't understand Wish can't spend the rainy season. Here, the rainy season is coming soon. Then go find a cabin or build one. Wooden house will only receive time to prepare prey before. The rainy season here is the house-ish prepared for her future female. Do you want to form a partnership with Sanyu? Zuanye slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at her. Sukin was extremely surprised to hear this, shaking her head desperately. I don't want to form a mating pair with him. In the leopard tribe, capable males will prepare a separate small wooden house for the female for convenience in the future. Alone with a female, Luo Chuan saw that Sukin didn't understand, so he explained. Only then did Sukin suddenly realize, however, he wanted Luo Chuan and Zuanye too. Living in this solitary little wooden cabin, Sukin felt somewhat awkward. Again, seeing Sukin hanging his head and scratching the wooden floor with his toes. Bored? Luo Chuan suddenly said, "The rainy season is coming soon. I'll go out hunting at night and switch with Shawani during the day, so our efficiency, the rate could be higher." Sukin suddenly raised his head to look at Luo Chuan, never expecting him to make a suggestion. If we do as he says, it can indeed avoid the awkwardness of three people living together, but night hunting is not easy. Luo Chuan's suggestion holds no benefit for her. Zuanye also turned his gaze towards him, lightly raised an eyebrow, as if asking if Luo Chuan was ready to set off for the hunt. Before leaving, he took a deep. She glanced at Sukin, then turned and left the wooden hut. Sukin watched Luo Chuan's departing figure, a tumult of emotions swirling in her heart. Zuanye walked over and said, "You must be tired after today's on the road. Go to bed early. Soon." Zuanye's even breathing could be heard. It seems Zuanye is also tired. Sukin slept a lot during the day on Luo Chuan's back, so now, having Nosley penis, she began to ponder how can I awaken the system? With adding, the system appeared. I was just wondering if it was because of the system I was thinking about in my heart just now. Size. A line of text appears on the system interface. Host Sukin successfully soothed the 4-ring Biast Mankwini, gaining 1 lottery draw chance. System error every time Adelaide. Adding 1 lottery chance as compensation. System interface shows that again. Familiar roulette wheel. Her gaze was drawn to a glistening option. On it was written, space storage bag, no need to use. Reading the manual, she seemed to understand what this was. She picked up the dart again and went out just as dart was about to stop in mid-air. The moment the storage bag was taken, the turntable's speed suddenly increased. The marker landed in another grid. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a high level. The medical package quickly. Second draw begins. Sukin once again aims at the spatial storage bag. This time, the turntable does not suddenly accelerate again. She successfully threw and hit the space storage bag, and these 2 items also appeared in her hand. Because it was nighttime, Sukin didn't examine them carefully. Look, just casually stuffed them into a beast skin bag. The next day, just as the sky began to lighten, Sukin woke up, and upon waking discovered Zuanye, who was beside him, was gone. Luo Chuan, who had gone out hunting, hadn't returned either. Sukin didn't see Zuanye and felt somewhat panicked in his heart, anxious. Busy going out to look for Sukin, walking and shouting Zuanye. But there is no response. Suddenly in the woods come several ORCs. Mocking voices, ignorant things. Not even beast rings awakened yet. Trying to snatch prey. Sukin hardly mocking laughter, cautiously. She walked towards the direction sound came from, and hid behind a nearby bush. She saw several leopard tribe males surrounding a thin, weak figure. That youth surround in the middle, thin and slender in build, red long hair draped over their shoulders, No beast on the arms. Ring. Probably hasn't awakened yet. A yellow-furred ORC sneered at the youth, saying, since it's your first offense, we won't hold it against you. Compare, you go, the prey belongs to us. The youth suddenly raised his head, a pair of pale green eyes icy cold. This is my own. The prey I've already hunted, why should I give it to you? Looking for death. A useless person without a B-string, who would believe this prey is yours. I want to find Chief Sanuo, the young man said. But at the mention of Sanuo, the few ORCs showed no fear at all. Instead, they began to laugh recklessly. Ha ha ha. They laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. You still want to find the chief? Do you think the chief would believe that a good-for-nothing without a beast ring could hunt any prey? Even if you go find the clan leader won't help you. If you know what's good for you, then get lost quickly. Don't force us to make a move, kid. The pale green eyes radiated a kill. This is my prey. As soon as these words left his mouth, the faces of several ORCs instantly changed. Fierce, you good for nothing, truly seeking death, yellow-haired beast. The man roared loudly, leading the charge and rushing forward. The youth swiftly dodged, his hands. The bone knife slashed like lightning towards the yellow-furred ORC's arm. Blood immediately flowed out. Yellow-furred ORC roared in fury. Trans, having taken on beast form, that was a robust and sturdy leopard. The other beastmen also revealed their beast forms one after another, all turning toward the youth. The youth pounced and transformed into a black panther, charging towards the attacks of several people, but the opponents were numerous and powerful, and all of it is a beastman who has awakened the beast ring. Soon the black panther was suppressed. The yellow-haired beastman reverted to beastman form, covering the bleeding arm, glaring fiercely at the youth. You still dare to hurt me? Feeling like the next moment the blonde ORC is going to kill this frail youth, Sukin finally couldn't help but step out from his hiding place, looking coldly at those few beastmen, his voice clear. Cold. Stop. Several beastmen heard the voice and halted their movements, looking towards Sukin. The next moment, all the beastmen were stunned. They never seen a female with skin so fair. The female has already awakened the beast ring, but on her body there is only one mate, beast mark. These few ORCs have low beast ring levels, and no females are willing to form a bond with them. Yet no, there is actually one who awakens. The pheromone-laden female suddenly appears before them, and there is no mated male by her side to protect her. Seeing this, the yellow-furred beastman, the expression instantly turned obsequious, kneeling on one knee as he said, "This beautiful female, I am willing to give you the prey I have hunted. Are you sure this prey was hunted by you, and not snatched from it?" Sukin's voice was icy as he hissed the yellow-furred beastman. He froze instantly, the ingratiating Jexbeciris on his face momentarily. Unable to retract, he stood there gaping, at a loss for how to respond. Sukin glanced at the young man laying on the ground, still gasping for breath, and continued, "I saw with my own eyes that you robbed him of his prey. Now, you want to use it to curry favor with me. Truly despicable." The yellow-haired ORC's face flushed brighter, and the other few ORCs were also somewhat. Although they are strong, when facing females, the genes deep in their bones prevent them from using fierceness they employ towards males. Attitude towards her Confesseskin's accusations. The expressions of several beastmen are all very unpleasant. Don't want the prey. This prey is what he hunted should rightfully belong to him. Sukin walked to the young man's side, helped him up, and asked softly, "What is your name?" Young. Year covers the injured shoulder. Pale green eyes scrutinize. Sukin. I am called Shu Ying. Sukin looks at Shu Ying, eyes full of pity. Shuing, your injury seem very serious. You need treatment. Shuing slightly lowers her head. He knows this sudden out. The strange female now was pitying him, but he did not need a female's sympathy. Shu Ying didn't say another word, got up, and dragged the prey. One of the creature's legs left, and several ORCs saw Shu's shadow leave. They also wanted to follow behind and leave, but were stopped by Sukin. Halt! Where are you going? The few orcs had no choice but to stop in their tracks and looked at her. Sukin then continued, if you look for him again, trouble, I will tell Chief Sanwo about these. The beastman hurriedly nodded, then parted ways and left Sukin. Suddenly hearing from behind the hurried call came, Sukin turned it around to see it was Luo Chuan. I went back to the room and didn't see you. It's good that you're okay. Luo Chuan saw Sukin. The tense expression on her face finally relaxed. It's a very dangerous thing for a female Tajit lost in an unfamiliar tribe. Where's Uanye? Sukin asked Luoquan, who had turned the entire tribe upside down and finally found her figure, yet the first question he asked was, where exactly is Uanye? Luoquan's heart at this moment suddenly stung. Zuanye also went to look for you, let's go back. Sukin walked to his side, and only then noticed that there was fresh blood dripping from the wound on Luo Chuan's arm. Sukin couldn't help but exclaim, you're injured. Sukin stared intently at the wounded Luo Chuan's arm, suddenly remembering the advanced medical kit drawn from the lottery system last night, and pulled. Putting on Luo Chuan, they headed towards the Ududen house. When they returned to the wooden house, Sukin didn't see Zuanye and guessed that he had gone out to look for her and hadn't come back yet. Sukin walked into the house, rummaged through the animal skin bag, and took out a small wooden box. Inside was a small pottery jar containing medicinal powder and ointments and such items. Luoquan widened his eyes, watching Sukin treat his wounds, couldn't help but ask, is your father a witch doctor? Before in the tribe, by chance, he learned a little from the witch doctor. Sukin gave a vague response. Just at this moment, Zuanye pushed the door open and walked in. Come in, see Sukin and Luo Chuan. A flicker of complexity in the eyes. Where did you go? I woke up this morning and didn't see you, so going out to find you. Zuanye's gaze fell on Luo Chuan's injured arm. If pandas have poor night vision, I can take the night shift. During the hunt, you should get less injured so that this little female doesn't have to bandage his wounds again. Just at that moment, Chief Sanuo brought the witch doctor from the leopard tribe has arrived to treat Sukin's wounds. Sukin had just received a medical kit and was about to try the medicine effect, but since Sanuo brought the witch doctor, she couldn't very well refuse, and could only bear the wound on her shoulder for the witch doctor to examine. The witch doctor of the leopard tribe noticed nothing unusual, and simply applied some herbal medicine before finishing. When Sanyu was about to take the witch doctor away, suddenly called by Sukin, Chief Sanuo, do you know where Shuing lives? Upon hearing Jixing's name, Sanuo was stunned. According to what he knows, Shu Yingis, a male who has not yet awakened the beast ring. He thought Sukin likes males with strong combat power. Thinking of this, son, Sanuo immediately became alert and said, Shuing has just come of age and hasn't awakened the beast ring yet, so he hasn't been assigned a wooden house. Currently without a place to stay, Sukin did not expect Shu Ying to not even have a place to live. Feeling a bit more sympathy for that thin and frail youth. Seeing that Sukin didn't speak anymore, Sanuo breathed a sigh of relief and took the witch doctor away. Yesterday, Zuanye told Sukin that this wooden hut, it was prepared by Sanuo for his future partner, after which he could no longer live here, with peace of mind. He secret light aside in his heart, planning to go by himself, building a log cabin in a previous life. I was a wilderness survival blogger. It's not like I haven't built a log cabin before. Swin asked Zuanyi, are you going hunting today? Can you take me hunting? Sukin thought about building a house, but no, the hunting grounds are too dangerous. Zuanye decisively refused. I will always tightly follow you, Sukin pleaded. Sukin's moist eyes carried a trace of innocence and anticipation, making it hard for people to refuse, but you must stay obediently by my side. No running around, Zuanya helplessly sighed. And soon Zuanye, with Sukin arriving at a forest, Sukin smiled and said, first, help me chop down a few trees. I want to take them back to build a small wooden. Sukin smiled and took out the spatial storage bag she had just obtained yesterday, waved it, and said, "Look, with this thing. He could move all the wood back by himself." Zhuanye, looking at the not-so-large beast skin bag in her hand, he raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. It seems it can't hold too many things. Sukin saw that. He didn't quite believe it, opened the spatial storage bag and placed it over a large stone. Immediately picked it up with one hand. Sukin then turned the spatial storage bag upside down, and that stone fell out. Zhuanye was surprised. Watching this scene, full of shock. Don't ask, just ask, is accidentally obtained. Sukin, afraid Zhuanye would press further, hurriedly said this sentence. Not long after gagging him, a pile of wood segments piled up in front of Sukin. Sukin picked up the wood segments and put them into the spatial storage bag. After, just planned to go back to build a house. Zhuanye sent Sukin to the tribe's entrance, then continued to go back to hunt. Sukin headed towards the wooden house. Walking away, suddenly a figure entered her line of sight. It was precisely the cultivator she saw in the morning. Remembering the injuries on his body, Sukin, walking over, hearing the approaching fitfost, Shu Ying vigilantly raised her eyes and saw that little female from the morning. Shu Ying, it seems to be handling the morning's prey. Sukin is watching from the side, casually asking, "Do you live here?" This place, besides, the tree is large and its leaves are dense, with no other place to shelter from wind and rain. Shu Ying frowned slightly because of Sukin's question. He felt she is mocking herself for having no place to stay. He coldly glanced at Sukin, continued handling the prey, and paid her no more attention. Sukin felt very want to use the advanced medical kit to help him treat the wound, but Zhu Ying's attitude toward him is too cold. She's pondering how to talk to him about it. The prey in his hands is almost dealt with. He puts the unwanted entrails into the animal skin bag, planning to take them out of the tribe to discard the intestines. "Can you give it to me? I'll trade you a healing potion for it." Sukin suggested that these are not edible. "If you want it, just take it. No need to trade." With that said, she didn't even know what excuse to use to ask for his wound medicine. Sukin was just lowering her head thinking of an excuse, when she heard Shu again. Shadow said, "These things I'll deliver to your doorstep. Where do you live?" The prey shadow hinted has a pretty big head, even if just the intestines were also packed into a large animal skin bag. It makes sense that Shu Ying helped her move them. Sukin's eyes lit up and she immediately nodded. Agreeing, the two of them walked all the way in silence to the small wooden hut's entrance. Shu Ying put down the animal skin bag, turned around, and was about to leave. But Sukin called out to you, "Wait for me, Amaman." Then she walked into the wooden house. Inside the wooden house, Luo Chuan was sleeping, probably too tired from hunting at night. Sukin gently approached, taking out the medical kit. "The wound on your shoulder needs to be treated," Sukin said, pointing at the injury on his shoulder. Shu Ying was stunned. Looking at her, his pale green eyes flashed with a hint of bewilderment. Sukin noticed his unease and tried to be as gentle and casual as possible. Said, "Don't worry, these medicines are what I got from the witch doctor. They're not expensive medicines." Sukin saw that he wasn't rejecting them. Feeling relieved in my heart, Sukin's technique was very gentle, and soon the wound was taken care of. Shu Ying moved her lips, whispering softly, "Thank you for seeing." Shu Ying, and lowering her head and not speaking, Sukin first opened her mouth to ask, "Do you know which trees are suitable for building a wooden house?" Shu, upon hearing her question, Ying was somewhat puzzled. Isn't she currently living in a wooden house? Could it be that she wants to build a wooden house? Sukin thought. The doubt in Zhu Ying's eyes dissipated, and she said with a smile, "This is the cabin that the clan leader Sanuo prepared for his future partner. I don't intend to. I've been living here all along." And hearing her words only deepened my confusion. This little female has such high standards, she doesn't even take a liking to Chief Sanuo. Not up, let alone possibly fancying him. this male without a beast ring. He stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction. That place had taller trees. And if you want to build the house before the rainy season, you might need to start a bit earlier. Thank you, Shu Ying. Thank Shu Ying. After, Sukin headed in that direction, but was stopped by Shu Ying. Aren't you bringing Yormal along? Sukin shook his head. Answer, the rainy season is almost there. They still need to hunt. Trivial matters like building a house should trouble them, Shu Ying said in surprise. Looking towards Sukin, Sukin waved goodbye to Shu Ying, then hurried to the new place he pointed out. Shu Ying quietly followed behind her. He still can't help but curious. Want to see what Sukin is going to do. Sukin didn't notice Shu Ying following. She quickly arrived at where he pointed. Sukin found a tree with a relatively large platform, took out a space storage bag, and poured out all the wood in one go. Shu Ying hid behind the dense tree branches and saw this scene. She was stunned. What was this female holding? Something? Not very big. How can the animal skin bag pour out so much wood? Sukin didn't know that. Shu Ying was watching from the shadows and took out what Zuanye had given her. Bone knife. Start sawing wood. This hort knife has serrations on one side for sawing hard objects. She had built houses in her previous life, but here, the tools are really limited. Using a bone knife, sawing wood is too strenuous. After sawing a few pieces of wood, she was already panting heavily. At this moment, a clear, cold voice sounded. You said the dimensions. I'll help you cut a piece of wood. Sukin saw Shu Ying and got a fright. Judging by the tone of Zhu Ying's speech, he probably didn't see me take those pieces of wood out of the storage bag. This storage bag originally wasn't belonging to this world. If Ziwang asks about it, she doesn't even know how to explain. Sukin gestured the thickness to him. He Changquan, the shadow cultivator, transformed into a black panther, using its claws to make a single scratch on the wood, and these pieces of wood turned into uniformly thick and thin planks. The wooden board. Sukin sighed inwardly. These claws are faster than an electric saw. In no time, those pieces of wood turned into a pile of uneven lengths. The wooden planks are piled up threaded. Thank you. I had Zuanyi take the game to thank you. Shu Ying heard her words, shook her head, and pointed. He pointed at the wound on his shoulder that Sukin had bandaged, and said, I don't need pray. This bit of work can be considered. Thanks for helping me bandage it. The wound was healing, and I originally wanted to ask her if she really knew how to build a house, but then I felt I wasn't qualified to question her, so I turned to leave. But Sukin called out to you. Do you need to build a house? Shu Ying has no house to live in, and the rainy season is coming soon. If there is no house, son, he might not make it through this rainy season. I don't need it for now. If he builds a house, he won't have time to hunt. No hunting means no prey to get through the rainy season. Zhuing also thought about it, and in the end decided to give up the house, hunt more to save enough food for the rainy season on the tree branches. You can also block some wind on drain. After hearing this, Sukin seemed lost in thought. How about this? You move the wood, and then go hunting. Building a house for you won't delay your preparations for the rainy season's food supplies. Hearing Sukin's words, Shu Ying couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. The male builds a house for thief male. I've never heard of the female building a house for the male. She's so good to him, preventing other. The beastmen bullied him and also helped him heal his wounds. Now, they're even going to build a house for him. Could it be that they've fallen for him? Shu Ying D. Head sees his own arm without the beast ring, barely forcing out a bitter smile. The bitter smile full of self-abasement and unwillingness. You want from me? What is gained here? Shu Ying couldn't help but ask. Sukin was stunned by the question for a moment, but soon understood the meaning of the shadow repair. Because I need you to help me cut the wood, but I don't want to owe you a favor. You help me cut a section of wood, I'll build a house for you. We get what we need. Isn't that good? Shu Ying was also stunned upon hearing these words. What if he wasn't a female? There's nothing wrong with Thezang, each takes what they need, but he is a female. Can he really accept a female building a house for him? Seriously. Ying Ben wanted to refuse, but Sukin's words still made him unable to resist. Holding on to hope, alright, then I'll go cop some trees and come back. Sukin saw Shu. Shadow ran out, then continued building the house. In the beast world, houses were all fixed with wooden nails. But wooden nails, after all, are not iron nails. Without iron nails to secure it, Swin planned to use mortise and tenon joints to build the house, when suddenly he heard Luo Chuan's gentle voice calling, "Sukin, you. What are you doing?" Luo Chuan looked at wooden boards all over the ground and asked in confusion, "What do you need so many wooden boards for?" "I plan to build a house. You should go get some sleep. You still have to go out at night for hunting." Sukin smiled and replied, "Building houses is not something females can do. Me and Zuanye will do it. You don't need to do these." Luo Chuan slightly frowned, not wanting Sakinto do these jobs. "You and Zuanye both going hunting, there's simply no time to build a house, and besides, all this wood was chopped by Zuanye." Sakshuani also agrees with the little female. "Are you going to build the house yourself?" He looked again at the pile of wooden boards, so much wood. Even I feet was all chopped by Zuanye. "She is. How did you move here?" Suddenly remembering Zuanye told him about Sukin's matter. Don't ask too much. So he suppressed his heart. "I've slept enough today. The remaining time can help you build the house. You tell Meho to build it. Don't you worry." "Heart, I'm too bored at home. Building this house is just my way of passing the time." Maybe Sukin just wanted to have fun on a whim. Play. It's not really about building a house. Just let her play. You go get some more sleep. By the time you wake up, I'll be heading back too, just in time. Sending you out to hunt. Luo Chuan heard Sukin's words, just in time to send you out hunting. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Is she care about him? She even calculateth time to go back, just to be able to see him off as he goes out hunting. Luoquan takes a deep breath, trying hard, calming the excited mood. Then I'll go rest. Luo. After Chuan left, Sukin started chiseling the wooden board again. At this time, Shu Ying returned, carrying chopped wood on their back. No storage bag, just relying on an ORC's carrying capacity. That's all for today. Alright, I'll chop again tomorrow. Been busy all day. Sukin remembered that he still had to send Luo Chuan out for hunting in the evening, so he went with Shu Ying. Farewell. Shu Ying suddenly called out to Sukin, "So tonight's tribal gathering, will you attend?" "There's a gathering tonight?" She remembers, sigh. The Nor clan leader doesn't seem to have mentioned that the Lion tribe suddenly said they would come to the Panther tribe tonight. The Panther tribe and the Lion tribe have a relationship. Straight not bad. Sanuo clan leader agreed to hold a party at night. Lion clan tribe come Leopard clan tribes hold be for females in Beast World. All are based on the female as the unit. If a Lion tribe beastman takes a liking to a female from the Leopard tribe, after forming a bond, he will stay in the Leopard tribe. Obviously, the Sanuo clan leader also knows that the Lion tribe lacks females, intending to use this opportunity to strengthen that tribe. She thinks of Zuanye and the Lion tribe. The hatred, just feeling uneasy about this gathering. I won't be attending. After Sukin and Shu Ying parted ways, he walked alone towards his residence. It truly is a narrow road for enemies. Sukin hadn't gone far when he ran head-on into a group of beastmen, and the one walking at the very front was precisely the lion. The tribal beastman Bard saw Sukin's face full of surprise. "Isn't this Sukin? How could you be here?" Sukin frowning, responding coldly, "Where I am is none of your business." Bard's gaze falls on the Matibiast mark on Sukin's collarbone. "What's the matter? Haven't you removed that venomous scorpion's beast mark yet? If you want to form a partnership with me, get rid of it." Sukin, almost pissed off to the point of laughing. "I deeply love my partner. I have no intention of removing her beast mark at all. Besides, I don't like you dealing with this kind of arrogant, overconfident man. Su King has always been merciless. Buddy was stunned upon hearing this. I know you just want to get my attention. It's fine, as long as you remove that stray beast's mark. I can form a partnership with you. Su King was left speechless by his shamelessness. Watching the sky gradually darken, she felt a bit anxious inside. Luo Chuan was still waiting for her at home. Su King planned to walk past Buddy. Buddy not only didn't make way, but instead took a step forward, reaching out to touch Su King's face, when suddenly a stone flew over, accurately hitting Buddy's hand. The stone flew fast and hard. Buddy's hand was struck and bleeding profusely. Who is it? Bud shouted loudly. There must be a beastman nearby. Go find him, he ordered the few beastmen beside him, and he himself transformed into beast form and ran out. Su King saw them all run off, so she quickened her pace and ran home. Luo Chuan was waiting for her at the door. Seeing her run over, he stepped forward to meet her. Why are you running so hurriedly? Su King thought that Luo Chuan didn't know Buddy at all, and she didn't want him to worry about this. So she said, it's nothing. I saw it was getting dark, and was afraid you'd wait too long. I'll walk you to the tribe exit. Soon, the two of them reached the spot. Luo Chuan watched her leave and then went hunting. Su King hurriedly ran back. Buddy probably went to attend the gathering. Su King didn't run into him again on her way home. When she arrived home, Zuan Yi had also just returned. Where did you go? Zuan Yi's originally cool voice carried a hint of concern. Wasn't Luo Chuan going hunting? I just went to see him off. Su King answered thus. After hearing her response, the color of his eyes deepened. He goes out hunting, and you see him off. I returned from hunting. Why didn't I see you come to meet me? You hunt during the day, after all, but he hunts at night. Su King then added, I saw Buddy today. The lion tribesman came to the leopard tribe for the gathering today. He still thinks I'm interested in him. Today he even asked me to erase the beast mark and become his mate. Hearing Buddy's name, Zuan Yi's face instantly darkened. The grudge from last time isn't settled yet. How dare he still harass you? Don't be impulsive. We've just settled down in the leopard tribe. The rainy season is coming soon. If we leave the leopard tribe again, it will be hard to prepare properly. After the rainy season passes, we'll find an opportunity for revenge. Su King knew Zuan Yi couldn't swallow this anger, and softly comforted him. Zuan Yi stood in place. His tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed. He slowly closed his eyes and let out a long breath, suppressed that surge of anger. I'll go grill some meat for you. Zuan Yi pushed open the wooden door, ready to go out and grill meat. Just as Zuan Yi was about to turn and leave to grill the meat, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze sweeping over Su King up and down. Then he lowered his head and gave a light sniff, actually detecting an unfamiliar scent. Su King felt a pang of guilt in her heart, but she really didn't want to say much about the matter with Shu Ying, afraid it might cause unnecessary misunderstanding. Zuan Yi looked at her slightly nervous expression. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, he ultimately didn't press any further. It's getting dark. I'll go grill the meat. I'll explain it to her after the house is built. There's nothing between her and Shu Ying anyway. Why does it feel like being a thief? Zuan Yi walked out of small wooden cabin. He looked up at the gradually darkening sky. That unfamiliar scent still left him with a faint sense of unease. Early the next morning, after seeing Zuan Yi off, Su King turned and walked towards the place where the lumber was piled. Arriving at the lumber pile, she picked up the bone knife and began carefully chiseling grooves into the wood, preparing to continue assembling the mortise and tenon joints. Su King busied herself for a long time. Shu Ying never showed up. Su King felt sticky and uncomfortable all over, so she decided to go to the river for a bath. As soon as Su King reached the riverbank, she saw a figure. It was Shu Ying was squatting by the river tent like leaning around. He scooped up river water with his hands and poured it over the wound to clean it. Shu Ying's face was frighteningly pale, startling. Su King. No wonder Shu Ying didn't come today. I didn't expect him to be so badly injured. Why didn't you go find the witch doctor? Su King hurried over. Your injury is too serious. You should go to the witch doctor for treatment. Hearing her voice, Xu Ying slowly turned his head and glanced at her, his gaze pausing for a moment. For a male, this level of injury isn't enough to warrant the witch doctor's treatment. Hearing this, Su King couldn't help but frown. Let me take you to the witch doctor. Xu Ying smiled self-deprecatingly. Injuries worse than this. The witch doctor never treated me for either. Su King finally understood why he didn't go to the witch doctor. It was because he knew the witch doctor wouldn't treat him. When Su King went out today, thinking of the wound on Xu Ying's shoulder, she had packed a medical kit in her storage bag. She had expected it to actually come in handy. She took out alcohol swabs from the medical kit and began cleaning his wound. After cleaning the wound, Su King took out anti-inflammatory medicine and hemostatic powder, carefully sprinkling it on the wound. Xu Ying dared not look up into Su King's eyes. He felt as if he were standing on the edge of a cliff, wanting to approach the warm sunlight, yet afraid of his own humble existence. How did you get so badly injured? Su King couldn't help but ask after bandaging the wound. Xu Ying seemed unwilling to say much, lowering his eyes and replying lightly, "You accidentally bumped into it." "What are you doing here?" Su King replied with a smile. "I am." Xu Ying, who came to the river to bathe, heard Su King say she wanted to bathe here, so she proactively stood up and said, "Then you go ahead and bathe." Seeing Xu Ying leave, Su King jumped into the water to bathe. At this moment, in the dense forest not far away, a pair of eyes full of greed were fixed on her every move. He had long heard that this new female was different from others, and today, he actually managed to run into her bathing. Just as he was about to step forward, Su King suddenly felt a wave off her knees. She sharply turned her head and just saw an unfamiliar beastman leering at her. The beastman was tall and burly, and on his wrist, he wore 3 beast rings. The beastman saw the bone knife in her hand, sneered and said, "I see you have so few males around you. Why not form a bond with me? I promise you'll live even better." As he spoke, he spread his arms and lunged over. Su King panikedly waved the bone knife. Just then, a stone suddenly flew over from the forest, hitting the yellow-furred beastman right on the head. The beastman cried out in pain, the curses in his mouth still unuttered. Su King quickly seized the opportunity, fiercely thrusting the bone knife straight into the yellow-furred beastman's shoulder. The yellow-furred beastman never expected a little female would dare injure him. Suddenly, he flew into rage, reached out and grabbed Su King's neck. Su King struggled desperate. Just as Su King was about to give up, a stone flew over again as if by magic. The rock heavily struck the yellow-furred beastman on the back of his head, causing him to involuntarily loosen his grip on Su King's. The yellow-haired beastman was enraged by this sudden attack. He roared and began searching for the hidden nearby. The beastman suddenly saw a slender figure standing in the distance. Xu Ying, the yellow-haired beastman, gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Was it you? You, a waste without a beast ring, actually dared to make a move? Ganjia, how dare you ignore the clan rules and attack a female here? Aren't you afraid of the clan leader punishing you?" Xu Ying said coldly. Ganjia listened to Xu Ying's words, then revealed a ferocious smile. Ha, don't try to scare me with clan rules. Today, I'm going to kill you to silence you. Xu Ying's gaze was firm as he coldly responded, "You can kill me, but don't think about harming Su King." Ganjia grinned and said, "Fine, then I'll kill you first." Just as Ganjia was about to continue his attack, Su King suddenly stood up, the bone knife in her hand, gleaming with a cold light, as she viciously stabbed towards Ganjia's back. Ganjia sensed the danger behind him, but was still a step too slow. The bone knife pierced his shoulder. "You damned female!" Ganjia roared in anger, turning to pounce towards Su King. Su King had no time to react. Just as Su King was about to be knocked down by Ganjia, A figure suddenly blocked in front of her. Shu Ying, Su King cried out. In shock. Bang! Ganjia's sharp claws viciously pierced Shu Ying's chest. Ganjia looked at Shu Ying before him, his eyes flashing. With a trace of shock, he had expected Shu Ying to willingly use his body to block his attack for the sake of this female. Shu Ying endured the intense pain, still not retreating. He knew, if he falls, Su King will have no way to retreat. Su King sees that Shu Ying's injury is getting worse and worse, and is anxious. Like a burning Su King, running Shu Ying used the last bit of her strength whispered, but Su King had no intention of escaping at all. Then, gritting her teeth, she tightly gripped the bone knife in her hand, preparing to fight to the death. Just then, furious roars suddenly came from afar. A figure rushed over like lightning. He swung his fist and smashed it toward Ganjia's face. Su King, seeing Luo Chuan arrive, finally let out a sigh of relief, but her attention remained on Shu Ying. Seeing the blood continuously flowing from his chest, she couldn't help but feel flustered and panicked. Luo Chuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. He gave Ganjia no chance to explain at all, swung his fist and smashed it hard into Ganjia's chest. Ganjia heavily. He crashed heavily into a large tree. Luo Chuan stomped hard on Ganjia's chest, almost killing him right then and there. Luo Chuan, don't kill him. Seeing this, Su King immediately rushed forward. Take him to Theklan leader. Let him face the proper punishment. Luo Chuan's fist halted mid-air. He looked deeply at Su King, and in the end, slowly withdrew his fist. At this moment, Su King could no longer care about Ganjia's life or death. Her heart filled with anxiety, Ash looked at Shu Ying. Shu Ying, hold on. I'll take you to Theshaman. Su King's voice carried an unmistakable tremor. Luo Chuan also saw that Shu Ying's condition was extremely critical. Without a word, he bent down, picked Shu Ying up, and quickly ran towards the shaman's dwelling. Soon, they arrived at the shaman's place. Seeing Shu Ying in this state, the shaman's expression turned grave. He sighed and said in a low voice, I will do my best, but you must prepare for the worst. Su King nodded forcefully. She could only place all her hopes on the shaman's treatment. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, the shaman pushed the door open and came out. I've done all I can. His wounds are treated, but whether he can wake up depends on his own willpower. No. Hearing these words, Su King felt as if something had stabbed her heart. Luo Chuan stood to the side, silently watching the scene, his heart filled with complex emotions. Although he wasn't overly concerned about Shu Ying's safety, seeing Su King so distressed made his own mood unbearably heavy. The two of them left the shaman's place. After returning home, Luo Chuan stopped, and I went to deal with Ganjia's matter. You rest well at home. Luo Chuan didn't give Su King any time to respond, turned around and left. Su King watched his retreating figure, and a sudden surge of guilt welled up in her heart. She suddenly remembered that Luo Chuan had returned from hunting last night and should have been resting at home during the day. Yet, she hadn't even thanked him. Instead, she had kept him busy from morning till night, and now, he still had to go deal with Ganjia's matter. Just then, Zuan Yi's figure appeared at the door. Zuan Yi immediately noticed the bluish-purple marks on Su King's neck. Who dared to hurt you? Zuan Yi's voice was low and icy. Su King, for a moment, didn't know how to respond. She knew Zuan Yi was as easy to talk to as Luo Chuan. If he found out about Ganjia, he would definitely kill him. He won't wait for Sunuo to step in and deal with Zuan Yi. You calm down first. The matter has already been resolved by Ganjia. But Luo Chuan has already taken him down. Didn't Luo Chuan beat that bastard to death? The murder-intent in his tone was almost palpable. Su King quickly shook her head. I told Luo Chuan to let him go, planning to send him to clan leader Sunuo to face punishment. Zuan Yi suppressed his anger and said, I don't care what punishment he receives. I only know that those who hurt you must pay the price. I know you're very angry, but the matter has already been resolved. Luo Chuan is still handling this. Let's just leave it to him. Su King tried to soothe Xuan Yi's emotions. Zuan Yi looked at Su King's expression, and a touch of softness stirred in his heart. Rest assured, I will handle this matter properly, Zuan Yi whispered in a low voice. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded from outside the door, and dragging sounds followed Biluo Chuan's voice. Chief Sanuo, there is an important matter that requires your presence to resolve. Sanwo's house is right next to theirs, so Su King and Zuan Yi heard it all clearly. Let's go see what's happening. Su King nodded and followed Xuan Yi out the door. Just as they reached Sanwo's front, they saw Sanuo already standing at the entrance, frowning as he looked at Luo Chuan and the Ganjia he was dragging. What is going on here? Sanuo asked in a deep voice, his gaze falling on Ganjia. Luo Chuan's nasally, gentle voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. Ganjia attacked Su King and nearly took her life. I have already taught him a lesson, but his crime still requires you, chief, to handle it. Hearing Luo Chuan's words, his heart shook. He hadn't expected Ganjia to have the audacity to bully a female, especially within the leopard tribe, a clan so strict about protecting its females. Sanuo couldn't help but feel suspicious. However, when his gaze fell upon the blue-purple bruises on Su King's neck, a Sergio Fanger spontaneously arose. Ganjia possessed the power of 3 beast rings, and his temperament was violent. Sanuo had originally thought that as long as he didn't cross the bottom line, the tribe could tolerate his violent temper, but now he actually dared to direct this violent rage at Su King. Sanuo took a few steps forward, wanting to check Ganjia's condition. Just as he lowered his head to examine him, Zuan Yi silently approached Ganjia. With a slight, forceful step underfoot, a crack sound, a faint bone cracking noise rang out. Ganjia was jolted awake instantly by the pain. Zuan Yi said in a deep voice, Chieftain Sanuo, how do you intend to deal with his scum? Sanuo calmly lifted his head. Tomorrow, we'll hold a trial for Ganjia before the entire tribe. At that time, his crimes will be made public, and all tribespeople will witness his fate. After the trial concludes, he will be expelled from the tribe. Ganjia was currently enduring intense pain, but Sanwo's words made him even more terrified. He understood what being expelled from the tribe meant. He would lose protection, facing ferocious beasts and harsh environments alone. What awaited him was only death. Chieftain Sanuo, I beg you to spare me this once. I am willing to reform, Ganjia pleaded weakly. Sanuo, Cold Lai looked at him, without a trace of pity. Afterward, Sanuo unceremoniously dragged Ganjia away from Zuan Yi, who stood to the side, secretly deciding in his heart that Ganjia was expelled from the department. Behind, he will personally end this bastard's life. I'm going hunting. I might not be able to accompany you tomorrow. After leaving the sentence for Shu Ying, Luo Chuan was about to turn and leave. Wait, you died in Trestwell during the day today, so don't go hunting tonight. Su King hurriedly called out to stop the departing Luo Chuan. Hearing her words, Luo Chuan's footsteps paused for a moment, but he still left. Zuan Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, at Su King. Who is Shu Ying? Seeing the bluish-purple marks on Su King's neck, the fury in Zuan Yi's heart instantly blazed fiercely. All along, he had believed he had sufficient ability to protect Su King alone, yet today's events forced him to face a brutal. The harsh reality is that relying on his own strength alone, there was simply no way to protect her comprehensively and keep her safe. Zuan Yi's heart was filled with bitterness and tangled struggle. He desperately longed to possess Su King for himself, yet had to admit that Luo Chuan's presence indeed provided an extra layer of security for Su King. The next day, Just as the sky was beginning to brighten at dawn, Zuan Yi opened his mouth and said, "Let's go see Shu Ying together." Su King was stunned for a moment, looking at Zuan Yi somewhat incredulously, completely unexpected that he would agree to visit Shu Ying. Then she nodded blankly. After eating breakfast, she and Zuan Yi went together to the witch doctor's hut. Shu Ying was still in an unconscious state. Su King took out a pheromone pill from her bosom and gently handed it to the witch doctor. Anti-witch doctor, no. Treating him requires many herbs. Please take this pheromone pill as payment. But this is an extremely precious pheromone pill. It doesn't require that many herbs. You don't need something so valuable as payment, the witch doctor said, somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Su King insisted on giving the pheromone pill to her. Please, you must save him. The witch doctor hesitated for a moment and finally accepted that pheromone pill. After the two of them left the witch doctor's place, Zuan Yi asked Su King, "Do you plan to become mates with him?" Su King hurriedly shook her head and explained, "No, I just hope he can recover quickly. After all, he got injured to save me." "Alright, if you ever have thoughts of forming a bond in the future, tell me anytime." Su King was just about to ask something more. Luo Chuan walked over head-on. "Ganjia's trial has begun. Chief Sanuo asked us to go take a look too." When Zuan Yi heard Ganjia's name, his eyes instantly turned cold, and he sneered, saying, "I want to see what Sanuo. How do you plan to deal with him?" The trial ground is located at the center of the tribe, and many orcs have already gathered around. Sanuo clan leader stood on the high platform, scanning the crowd, and said solemnly, "Ganjia, you have not only violated the tribe's rules, but also severely offended the dignity of females. We will carry out the harshest punishment on you. From today onward, you will lose all dignity and strength." Then gave a signal to the ORC restraining Ganjia. Upon receiving the order, that ORC transformed into beast form, using sharp and fierce claws to sever Ganjia's Achilles tendons. A scream of agony echoed throughout the trial grounds. "You will forever be banished from the ORC tribe, never to set foot here again." Sanuo Patriarch coldly announced that after everything was over. Zuan Yi opened his mouth and said, "I'll send you home and then go hunting. During the day, Luo Quan accompany you. You shouldn't be alone." Su King looked at Luo Chuan's exhausted face and said with some heartache, "You didn't sleep well during the day, and you went out hunting at night. Why didn't you rest properly at home today? Get some good rest." Luo Chuan smiled slightly and suggested, "How about we go build a house together? I'm watching over here to make sure you don't run into danger again." Luo Chuan couldn't possibly have mind reading skills too, could he? How does he know? Su King thought to himself, if he were to sleep next to it, it doesn't seem like there would be any problem. The title is, she nodded and agreed. Su King and Luo Chuan arrived at the place where Thewood was piled. Luo Chuan pointed at a nearby large tree. "I'll restrike there. If anything comes up, you call me." Meanwhile, Zuan Yi, who had left the tribe, did not go hunting. His goal was clear. He was determined to find Ganjia. Zuan Yi raced swiftly along the way, with only one thought in his heart. He wanted to end Ganjia's life with his own hands, to give Su King an explanation. However, he did not find Ganjia. A powerful oppressive force suddenly descended from the sky. He jerked his head up and saw several enormous eagle tribe beast men diving down from there, instantly blocking his path and transforming into tall beast man form standing. The ORC at the forefront, his short purple hair shimmering faintly in the sunlight, exuded an aura between his brows that made people dare to violate my majesty, with 4 dark beast rings encircling my arm. Zuan, long time no see, never thought one day you would also form a partnership with a female. The beastman's voice carried a tone of mockery. Linksio, after so long without seeing each other, you still haven't found a female partner? Zuan Yi also didn't hold back in mocking back. Lingxiao's amber eyes narrowed slightly. If you're looking for Ganjia, then don't waste your effort. He has already defected to the eagle tribe. Zuan Yi frowned deeply. Since when did your eagle tribe start taking in such despicable and shameless guise? Lingxiao snorted disdainfully, as if you yourself are so. No. Oh, it took him in, naturally, because he has his uses. Zuan Yi narrowed his eyes, inwardly weighing the current situation. Lingxiao's strength, he understood it very clearly in his heart. Chu, if a real fight breaks out, the outcome may not be as he wishes. I heard the eagle tribe and the leopard tribe are on bad terms. You couldn't possibly be thinking of extracting information from Ganjia and then attacking the leopard tribe, could you? Lingxiao leaned slightly closer to Zuan Yi. That is an internal matter of the eagle tribe. You only need to remember one thing. Ganjia is no under the protection of my eagle tribe. His life is not yours. Toadside. Lingxiao didn't say anything more, just snorted lightly, then transformed into his beast form and flew away. Zuan Yi knew that with Lingxiao's departure, he would definitely not let leopard tribe off easily. This not only concerns the survival of the leopard tribe, but also his and Su King's future. He must find Sino as soon as possible, and he discussed ways to deal with it. Zuan Yi quickly rushed back to Sai Nuo's residence and knocked on the door without hesitation. Sai Nuo opened the door quickly and asked in a deep voice, Zuan Yi, what happened? I just encountered Lingxiao. He took Ganjia away. I suspect the eagle tribe will soon launch an attack on the leopard tribe. Zuan Yi said directly. Sai Nuo's expression instantly turned very grave, and he began to quickly think of countermeasures. I understand your concern. The leopard tribe's strength is relatively weaker, especially in facing a powerful enemy like the eagle tribe. I was thinking, perhaps we can ally with the lion tribe. Zuan Yi, who had long harbored deep hatred for the lion tribe, said coldly, if Chief Sai Nuo insists on allying with the lion tribe, then we will leave the leopard tribe. Hearing Zuan Yi's words, Sai Nuo's heart slightly trembled. If Zuan Yi truly decided to leave the leopard tribe, it would undoubtedly like the tribe to lose a powerful warrior. Moreover, Zuan Yi's we also included Luo Chuan, who was also a four-ring beastman. He sighed softly and pretended to say helplessly, Zuan Yi, no, you have some grievances with the lion tribe. Alright, it will not ally with the lion tribe. Our leopard tribe will find their own way to deal with the eagle tribe's threat. After Xuan Yi left, a trace of complex emotion flashed in Sai Nuo's eyes. He would not give up the plan to ally with the lion tribe. The eagle tribe's threat was too great. He could not risk leaving the leopard tribe in a helpless and unsupported situation. Sai Nuo quickly called over a few beastmen and instructed in a low voice, secretly, send someone to the lion tribeto contact Badi. Tell him to come as soon as possible. Don't let Zuan Yi know about this. All actions must be carried out in secret. Cheno stood inside the house, his mind filled with countless thoughts for the survival of the panther tribe. Even if Zuan Yi would be very angry after learning the truth, he could only take the risk. On the other side, with Luo Chuan's help, the workload off Su King's small wooden house, originally expected to take 2 or 3 days, was actually completed before dark. Su King looked at the small wooden house before him, his heart filled with the sense of accomplishment. This place would become his first real home in the beast world. Just as Su King was cleaning the room, Zuan Yi walked toward them. After approaching, Zuan Yi looked at the wooden house behind Su King, raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly somewhat surprised that the small house was completed so quickly. Su King, would you like to come in and take a look? A hint of warmth flashed in Zuan Yi's eyes. Okay. Zuan Yi examined it carefully, then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Very well done. From now on, this will be our home. Su King looked happily at Zuan Yi. Luo Chuan stood to the side, watching the intimate interaction between Su King and Zuan Yi, unable to suppress a wave of bitterness. In his heart, he felt that there seemed to be no place for him in this small home. Move in and live here tonight, Zuan Yi suddenly suggested. Su King nodded. Okay, let's move in tonight. So the three of them began busily moving items. Taking advantage of a moment when Su King was away, Zuan Yi looked at Luo Chuan and said in a low voice, Today an Intelingzio, he took Ganjia away. Luo Chuan's face immediately turned grave. Linxio, that Theon from the Eagle clan? Zuan Yi nodded. I've already told Chief Sano, but he has his own plans. Zuan Yi's tone carried a hint of unease, clearly not entirely trusting Sano's arrangements. Luo Chuan sighed. Chief Sano has always been cautious in his actions. We can rely on him completely. We must make our own preparations. Zuan Yi nodded in agreement. Exactly. We must prepare for the worst. Su King, after gathering his things, thought that having stayed in Chief Sano's cabin for so long, he ought to go and say goodbye and express his thanks. He casually took out a pheromone pill from his storage bag, intending to give it to Sano as a token of gratitude. Walking to the door, just about to knock, when the door was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Su King was taken aback. A tall the figure walked out from inside the house. It was precisely Badi. His eyes lit up slightly upon seeing Su King, yet before Su King could react, everything went black before his eyes, and his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. When Su King woke up, he found his hands and feet tied, his whole body trapped in a cold, damp place. He looked around and realized he was locked in an unfamiliar cave. Just then, from deep within the cave came a series of heavy footsteps, getting closer and closer. A familiar figure appeared in the cave. It was Badi. Su King lowered his voice and said, Badi, what exactly do you want? My partner will come to save him. Badi snorted coldly. Even if you had 10 partners, they could never find this place. This cave is inside a cliff, surrounded by desolate wilderness. Yan, you just rest well. After the rainy season arrives, you will go into heat, and then you will beg to mate with me. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the cave. Su King listened as Badi's footsteps gradually faded away, and immediately began thinking of a way to break free from the ropes. He used the stone wall of the cave to rub his wrists, using a great deal of effort, and finally untied the bindings. Su King looked around and found the cave's exit was very narrow, with sheer cliffs outside, making it completely impossible to escape. There were no tools in the cave either. Su King stayed in the cave for several days, relying on the dried meat Badi left behind to barely sustain himself. He anxiously waited for Zuan Yi and Luo Chuan to come rescue him, but no one ever came. On this day, the sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, followed by torrential rain. Su King stood at the cave entrance, looking out at the clouds. The rainy season has begun. The rainy season in the beast world is just like this, with continuous heavy rain. This is Su King's first rainy season after mating. Su King stood at the cave entrance, feeling subtle changes beginning in his body. His skin became very sensitive, and a wave of restless heat seemed to surge within him. He began to feel fear and unease. Could it be that the heat Badi mentioned is really coming? He tried hard to calm himself down, but this strange sensation grew stronger and stronger. Just at this moment, a tall figure appeared at the cave entrance. The person was Badi. He stood at the entrance, a hint of a smug smile on his face. How is it? Feeling it now? Su King frowned, clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. He wanted to use the pain to resist the strange sensation inside his body. Don't even dream about it. I'd rather die than beg you. Badi heard his refusal, merely letting out a cold laugh. The rainy season has only just begun. I want to see how long you can hold out. Su King felt that increasingly intense, burning heat. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat, but he still gritted his teeth tightly, resolutely refusing to yield. Buddy snorted coldly, saying, "It seems it's not time yet. I'll come back in a few days." Buddy turned and left the cave. After Buddy had left, Su King let out a sigh of relief, but the burning sensation in his body grew even stronger. Heck knew that if he didn't take action soon, he might truly lose his mind. What Su King didn't know was that not far away, pair of amber eyes were fixed intently in him. On the other side, Zuan Yi and Luo Chuan hadn't slept for several consecutive days, taking turns searching for Su King. Su King said he was going back to get something, and then suddenly disappeared. They had asked Sano. After listening, Sana gathered the males of the tribe to search, but there were still no clues. Su King isn't home. Suddenly, someone appeared at the door. Luo Chuan and Zuan Yi both looked up simultaneously, seeing Xu Ying standing at the door. She must have just woken up not long ago. Her face still looked very pale. "Xu Ying, why have you come?" Luo Chuan asked with some surprise, a trace of weariness in his tone. "I heard from the witch doctor that Su King has been worried about me during my coma, and I want Tokomi over to thank him in person." Xu Ying saw the expressions of exhaustion and anxiety on both their faces, and an ominous premonitionality arose in his heart. "Huh?" Xu Ying asked nervously. "Su King is missing. We've searched everywhere nearby, and Sano has also mobilized. The males of the tribe went out to search, but no one found him." Zuan Yi's tone was somewhat low. Xu Ying heard these words, and her heart tightened. It was important to know that it was the rainy season. Now, precisely the time when females were in heat. Xu Ying didn't dare to think further. Xu Ying's gaze fell upon the rabbit beast mark on Zuan Yi's neck, and her hinging heart relaxed slightly. At least for now, it seemed he shouldn't be in immediate life danger. "I can find him." Xu Ying's gaze fixed on the mating beast mark on Zuan Yi's body and said. Zuan Yi and Luo Chuan were both stunned. "You can find him?" Zuan Yeast with a frown, his eyes revealing a hint of doubt. Xu Ying nodded, slowly raising her arm. "I have awakened the beast ring." Zuan Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. "This is a spiritual beast ring? Spiritual beast rings are extremely rare. Only those with powerful spiritual energy beastmen will awaken them. Usually only priests possess such ability." Who would have thought that after Xu Ying woke up from severe injuries, he actually awakened a blue beast ring representing spideral power? Don't think the blue beast ring has only one band. This ring is different from the ones representing calm bat power. The most powerful priest in the beast world only has 3 beast rings. Having 2 beast rings is enough to be called a high priest. Zuan Yi and Luo Chuan's eyes gradually revealed a glimmer of hope. Xu Ying awakened a spiritual power beast ring, which means he might be able to find Su King. "Xu Ying, if you can find him, I owe you a favor," Zuan Yi said solemnly. Xu Ying lowered his eyes, hiding the emotions within them. He accepted this favor that Zuan Yi owed. He will definitely make Zuan Yi properly repay this debt. "Zuan Yi, I need your mating beast mark." Xu Ying pointed at the rabbit beast mark on Zuan Yi's neck. Zuan Yi walked over, slightly leaning down, saying, "No matter what, we must find Su King. In this world, it's dangerous. In the beast world, females need the care of multiple partners to survive." However, our heroine Su King accidentally crossed over to the beast world and was actually fiercely fought over by big shots. Not only was there the cold, androthless scorpion Zuan Yi, but also the handsome and free-spirited white eagle Ingixio. Luo Chuan, whose beast form is a panda, even left his tribe, willingly staying to protect the female side. Continuing from the previous text, Zuan Yi and Luo Chuan hadn't found Su King for several days and were extremely anxious. Coincidentally, Shu Ying awakened her ES. The divine beast ring can utilize the beast mark on Zuan Yi's body to find Su King. Shu Ying extended a hand, placing it on Zuan Yi's beast mark. His expression was serious. The blue beast ring began to glow faintly. Luo Chuan's face was expressionless, quietly waiting on the side. Finally, Shu Ying let out a breath. He is in the cave at Eagle Scree Cliff. That place is located on the cliff face of the precipice. Beastmen, actually, brought Su King there. Zuan Yi's face instantly turned gloomy. Can you tell what brought Su King there? Shu Ying shook his head. I can't tell, but I susp. It's the Eagle Tribe. Such a high cave. Unless it's the Eagle Tribe. Zuan Yi's dark red eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be Lingxiao? Luo Chuan did not agree with Zuan Yi's view. The Eagle clan had always been arrogant and valued their reputation. Such acts as forcibly seizing females, it doesn't seem like something the Eagle clan would do, no matter who it is. The most important thing for us now is to rescue Su Kingswan, Yi Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, on the other side, Buddy once again arrived at the cave. Su King's condition was much worse than a few days ago. The dry heat within Su King's body seemed to be burning in her blood, and her vision was also beginning to blur. Now, you can beg me, right? Buddy leaned close to Su King, the corner of his mouth curled into a smug smile. Su King, hearing it was Buddy's voice, struggled to control herself, not letting herself move closer to him. Buddy sneered as he leaned in closer. Why bother with this? Look at you, trembling like this. Su King suddenly turned her body, mustering all her strength to push him away. Get lost, I won't beg you. Bud stood to the side, a malicious smile hooking at the corner of his mouth, watching the struggling Su King with keen interest, waiting for Su King's eventual surrender. Time passed bit by bit. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the cave and directly pulled Buddy away from Su King. Su King vaguely saw the suddenly appearing figure. She couldn't tell who the figure before her was except for Zuan Yi. She couldn't think of anyone else who could save her at this moment. Lingxiao looked down at the female before him, a flicker of pity flashing in his eyes. He glanced at the scorpion beast mark on Su King's collarbone and confirmed that the female before him was Zuan Yi's mate. Ever since Buddy brought her back to the cave at Eagle's Cry Cliff, he had noticed this little female. For so many days, Lingxiao hadn't intervened because he also wanted to see how long this stubborn little female could endure. Lingxiao turned his head, transformed into a giant white eagle, and carried Su King away from Eagle's Cry Cliff. Shortly after Lingxiao left, Zuan Yi and the other two arrived at the original cave. Luo Chuan crouched down and sniffed the ground. Su King was in heat. There was Buddy's scent, and also that oft Eagle tribe, but since she hadn't had contact with Lingxiao, he couldn't determine whether the Eagle tribe member who had appeared here was Lingxiao. Upon hearing Eagle tribe, Zuan Yi's eyes instantly darkened. Lingxiao was indeed involved. He was the one who took Su King. I can't confirm if that Eagle tribe member is Lingxiao. Compared to the Eagle tribe scent, Buddy's scent is much stronger. Zuan Yi turned to look at Shu Ying. Try sensing again. See who took her and where. Shu Ying's face was as pale as snow. He shook his head slightly. I've just awakened my beast ring. My mental energy can't sustain it. Tracking for too long. Need to rest for a while to recover. Luo Chuan clenched his fist tightly and said gently, wait here for a moment. You should first recover your spiritual energy. Wait until you've recovered before continuing the pursuit. Shu Ying nodded and sat inside the cave tourist. On the other side, Lingxiao brought Su King to a safe cave. At this moment, Su King's condition, something's not right. Her breathing become rapid. Zuan Yi, is that you? Lingxiao lowered his gaze, seeing the blush appearing on Su King's face. His Adam's apple unconsciously rolled. Faced with such a Su King, Lingxiao had no way to refuse. It should be said he never intended to refuse in the first place. This mountain cave was prepared by him for his future partner. Although it was under urgent circumstances, he brought Su King here, and he clearly understood in his heart what purpose he harbored. Zuanyi, don't leave me. Su King's voice carried a plea. Ling Xiao's heart is beating very fast at this moment, but he knows this reliance does not belong to him, it belongs to Zuanyi. He tells himself doing this is only to save her, to prevent her from losing her life due to not getting relief during her heat. Su King, seeing that he still had no reaction, she pushed hard with both hands and pushed him to the ground. She then took the opportunity to lie on top of him. Ling Xiao's breathing began to quicken, carrying the last shred of restraint. Su King did not stop. Instead, she pressed even closer. Approaching him, Ling Xia turned over, panting heavily, stroking Su King's hair. Who are you? Su King's voice trembled. Last night, she clearly remembered it was Zuanyi. Ling Xiao did not answer directly, but pointed toothed rabbit beast mark on his own neck. I am Ling Xiao, an eagle tribesman. Ling Xiao's voice was low and calm, seemingly carrying a hint of helplessness. I did not agree to become your mate. So why? Su King frowned. Shestel remembered that in the beast world, without a family Scotsant, a male would not force a female, unless he was a rogetrabesman. Eagle tribesmen value reputation the most, and would never do something like forcibly mating with a female. That's why I went into heat for you. If I let you go unchecked, you will die. Your partner hasn't found you. Do you want to form a bond with Badi? Su King's gaze lingered on the beast mark on Ling Xiao's neck. I am very grateful that you saved me like this, but you used your only chance to form a bond on me. How do you need me to repay you? Ling Xiao's amber eyes were deep as the sea. Su King, as a beastman of the eagle tribe, I have a responsibility to protect the weak females from harm. Last night's matter was only to save you. You don't need to feel grateful to me because of it. Ling Xiao's voice was calm. I know your heart belongs only to Zuanyi. Zuanyi and I also had some acquaintance before. I couldn't just watch his female die before my eyes. Hearing these words, Su King felt even more uneasy in her heart, but the problem Ish has already bonded with him. Even if he finds a family he likes in the future, he won't be able to form a bond anymore. This clearly delays her future life. Su King lightly bit her lower lip, her voice faint. Then what do you plan to do in future? Ling Xiao glanced at her. Regardless of the reason, we have already formed a bond. Afterwards, I will naturally follow you. Wherever you are, I will be there. Hearing this, Su King couldn't help but slightly frown. Is she just forcing herself to follow him? Like this? No, you don't have to force yourself to follow me. In the future, you can be wherever you wish. The rainy season will last for about 2 months, and during this time females will continuously be in heat. Since I have already bonded with you, naturally the rainy season will always by your side. Su King did not feel relieved because of his answer, but rather because his words, his brows furrowed even tighter. Actually, you didn't need to make so many sacrifices if you could send me back. The leopard tribe is not an option. Ling Xiao's expression turned serious as he interrupted Su King's words. The eagle tribe and the leopard tribe have never gotten along. You don't. Is it that you want Sinuo to capture me? Su King was taken aback upon hearing this sentence. She truly did not know about the eagle tribe and the Leop. The matter of clan discord shows this proposal is also unworkable. Su King fell completely silent. He thought it over. Since I don't cherishing the chance to sacrifice myself to save you, you should repay me. Those amber eyes stared intently. Su King, what do you want in return? Su King can't guess. What could possibly be worth you giving birth to a few for me? At our egg, Su King's heart skipped a beat. You want me to lay an egg for you? Su King's voice trembled slightly. Ling Xiao's expression remained cold and stern, his eyes deep and dark. As long as you lay eggs for me, I will immediately disappear from your sight. No longer disturb you. Anzu and Yesu King were somewhat caught off guard by this sudden request. She hasn't even given. Does Zuan Yi have to lay eggs for Lingxiao after giving birth to their child? Lingxiao looked at Su King's slightly furrowed brow. As if seeing through her inner thoughts, he said, Eagle. Beast's eggs are easy to lay. Scorpion eggs probably aren't many. The female wants to give birth, but forgot this detail. Scorpions are oviparous, thinking about laying her own eggs and the young crawling out from them. A pile of scorpions, her scalp tingles with fear. Fine, I promise you. Upon hearing this, Lingxiao revealed a faint smile. In Lingxiao's heart, he has other plans. He knows Tatsu King agreed at this moment to repay him, but what truly wants is not just that. It was at this moment, a few eggs, suddenly, a long-lost system voice sounded in Su King's mind. Host and Eagle. Beast can form a partnership, obtain one lottery chance. Su King heart trembles, that long unseen system finally. At the slightest movement, the familiar lottery interface instantly appeared in her mind. Su King nervously stared at the system panel. One of them was prominently displaying het suppressants. Just as she was about to send the header out, Lingxiao suddenly reached out and touched her. Su King's fingers slipped duetto sudden fright, and Su King was momentarily stunned, not even having time to check the lottery draw. As a result, she looked up, puzzled, at Lingxiao. Lingxiao had already approached her. What's wrong with you? I called you several times just now. No response. Su King came back to her senses and forced out a smile. It's fine, I'm just a little tired. Ling Zhao saw her with a somewhat weary expression. I'll make you something to eat. He turned and left the cave, taking advantage of the time he went to prepare the food. Su King checked out the presesh had drawn and saw. After seeing the prize, she was stunned. Beastworld Rainy Season Guide. What is this? She was puzzled, as a thick book appeared in her mind. Previously, what apparated had always been physical objects. Something, never thought. The prize this time wasn't physical. She casually flipped through a few pages and was pleasantly surprised to find the content of the book covers a wide range, from large-scale strategies for managing floods to the classification of edible plants, down to daily survival skills, covering all aspects, which pleasantly surprised her. Not long after Lingxiao brought, Su King was so hungry that she came back with freshly grilled barbecue, and without caring about her image, she began to wolf it down right there. At this moment, suddenly, a faint, strange sound could be heard from outside. Who is coming? Su King is not clear what it is. Situation? Looking towards the solemn-faced Lingxiao beside him, he asked. Lingxiao raised her hand to signal Su King not to make a sound. Her gaze growing sharper, she slowly walked towards the cave entrance, carefully listening to the movements outside. Lingxiao turned around, his expression even more grave. We must leave here immediately. This place unsafe. Lingxiao observed the situation outside the cave, and with a flash, he was outside the cave, transforming into a giant. The big white eagle. Su King, quickly come up, Lingxiao shouted. Towards inside the cave at Su King. Su King flew up onto Lingxiao's. He had just climbed onto his back when Lingxiao took him straight up into the clouds. Su King was drawn by the roar from below and lowered. Looking ahead, a group of gigantic amphibians were running towards the direction of the cave. Because of the size of those giant beasts, too huge, the mountain began to shake, and soon the cave entrance was also blocked by falling rocks. No wonder Lingxiao was suddenly in such a hurry. If they had been even a moment later, they would have been buried alive in the cave. What? Why did it suddenly appear? Su King lay on Lingxiao's back, tightly grasping his feathers, and asked, Giant lizard beast, as for why they appear here during the rainy season, not clear either. Su King immediately searched Rainy Season Guide. However, I found the introduction to the giant lizard beast. Giant lizard beast is an amphibian that lives deep within the Emerald Azure Forest. giant-like beast, with a massive body, skin as hard as a shell. Possessing immense endurance and explosive power, the rainy season is their active period is just as Lingiasio said. The giant beasts, living deep within the dense Bikang forest will suddenly appear in the territory where the beastmen live. There is indeed something strange. Finn ally Linksio discovered it in the canopy of a large tree. Hold on to a tree hole, I'm going to land, Linksio whispered after entering the tree hole. Su King saw Linksio's eyes. The color grows increasingly complex. Knowing the appearance of the giant lizard beast is definitely no small matter. I must return to the Eagle clan to inform me. The tribesmen, let them prepareto deal with it. This scale of giant lizard beast horde is very likely to cause damage to the Eagle tribe. Threatening Linksio, Hel looked at Su King. Although he didn't say it, Su King knew was hoping he could join. Su King owed Linksio a favor from the Eagle tribe, and should have gone with him to the Eagle tribe, but after encountering the giant lizard beast, his concern for Zuan Yi and Luo Chuan deepened a few more degrees. They should still be looking for him. What if they encounter the giant lizard beast? They can't fly either. Could there be danger? Linksio saw that Su King hadn't agreed to go to the Eagle clan for a long time. Things, also knowing that he was worried about Zuan Yi, comforted by saying that Zuan Yi's strength is not ordinary and if encountering a giant lizard beast, nor would it threaten his life. He completely had the ability to extricate himself. Su King pondered for a while, and ultimately nodded and said, I'll with you to the Eagle clan. Linksio then transformed back into his beast form, and Su King climbed onto his back again, flying together to the Eagle tribe. Suddenly, Linksio's voice came through the wind. Su King, my father is from the Eagle tribe. Clan leader, I hope you can keep our plans to leave afterwards. A secret. Su King understands Ling Zhao's concerns. I get it. White, I will cooperate with you. Soon after, they arrived at the Eagle tribe's village. The Eagle tribe chief saw Linksio bringing a female entered, her expression clearly stunned. Linksio, you've formed a bond? The Eagle clan leader's voice carried a hint of difficulty. The joy of covering Lin Xianadid, briefly introducing Su King to the Eagle clan chief. The Eagle clan chief's gaze fell when the scorpion beast mark on Su King's collarbone was being applied. He couldn't help but frown again. Su King's female partner is a stray beast. The voice of the human Eagle clan's chitain remained relatively calm. Su King nodded. Yes, my partner is Scorpion tribe beastman, Zuan Yi. Then why didn't he come with you? What was the reason you separated? His gaze sharpened. Although it is said that females are precious in the beast world, with Linksio's qualifications, he could have found a better female. The little female before Anla had one beast ring, and moreover, had mated with the stray beast. Su King spoke up. Zuan Yi originally, he is a wandering beastman. But after forming a bond with me, he settled down in the leopard tribe village. The reason he isn't by my side today is it's because we got separated. Su King didn't reveal the matter of being kidnapped by Bag. The suspicion in the eyes of the Eagle clan's chieftain not completely dissipated. Since Ling Xiaozus already formed a partnership, he couldn't very well pursue the matter further. Linksio hurriedly changed the subject, getting to the main topic. Father, the giant lizard beasts have emerged from the depths of the Bikang dense forest, and they have already reached Eagle's Perch Peak. The number is huge. If they step into the tribe people will be in great danger. The Eagle clan chief's brows furrowed tightly. Come, obviously shocked by this news, he immediately ordered the gathering of the tribe sorks, preparing to face what is to the arriving disaster. Is right at this moment. In the shadows outside the door, Ganju's eyes flicker with a sinister, ruthless light. Unexpectedly, by the time he could hook up with the most powerful male Su King everywhere, it made him suffer endless humiliation and even led to him being expelled from the leopard. The tribal leader Ganjia was brewing a malicious plan in his heart, his eyes growing increasing listenest, like a venomous snake. ready to launch a fatal blow at any moment. The giant lizard beast burst out from the dense emerald forest and was charging straight towards the eagle tribe. The survival of the eagle clan hangs by a thread. Lynxio, you are the strongest warrior of our tribe. I command you to investigate the movements of the giant lizard beast. Trace, then make follow-up arrangements. Lynxio nodded, deeply glanced at Suking, turned it around, and strode out of the cave. The eagle clan leader, seeing Lynxulialev, stepped forward and said to Suking, I will take you to Lynxua's reside. He followed the eagle. The clan leader arrives at a hidden cave entrance. Before Lynxio returns, as long as we didn't go out, the tribe is still safe. The eagle clan leader's tone was steady, and with that, he turned and left. As soon as the leader left, a figure emerged from the shadows of the trees not far away. The figure was none other than Ganjia. Ganjia had not only been expelled from the leopard tribe, but also had his Achilles tendons severed. He knew all too well at this moment that he himself, it is not easy to defeat Suking. Suking was a martial arts champion in her previous life. Ganjia has a deep understanding of how formidable she is. He must be more cautious for a moment. Then Ganjia appeared in front of a Ramada cave. Whirlwind, I need your help. A helping hand. Whirlwind looked up and saw it was Ganjia, his brow slightly furrowed. What are you scheming again, aren't you? Have you always held a grudge against Lynxio? Now is the perfect opportunity. Ganjia's lips curled upwards. As long as you help me capture that little female, I will remove the mate beast mark on her arm. When the time comes, are you still afraid you cannot replace her? Upon hearing this, Whirlwind's eyes flickered with a trace of hesitation. We all know Lynxio's strength. How could we possibly capture his female? Sex? Ganjia sneered. He's not in tribe now. The giant lizard beast's threat is right at hand. How could he have the leisure to care about that? The female Whirlwind still hesitated a bit, but considering the prestige Lynxio had held in that tribe for many years, and her own begin, a status that is ultimately hard to surpass, the unwillingness in the heart gradually gains the upper hand. Good Whirlwind finally makes up his mind. Ganjia appears. A smug smile emerges. Tonight's separation, the conspiracy of the two, is quietly brewing in the dim cave on the other side. Zuan Yi and Luo Chuan led by Shu Yi arrived at Eagle Roost Peak and saw from afar the collapsed mountain peak. Zuan Yi's heart sank abruptly, his fists, head tightly clenched. Luo Chuan was equally anxious, looking around, searching for Suking's trace. Zuan Yi suddenly lowered his head to look at the mate beast mark on the neck is still there, which indicates Suking should still be alive. Zuan Yi felt slightly relieved. Shu Ying closed her eyes to sense for a moment, then slowly said, Suking must have been taken away by Lynxio, just now I sensed it. The aura he left behind. Upon hearing it, Zuan Yi and Luo Chuan felt a slight relief in their anxiety. Luo Chuan looked around and then crouched down, body carefully examining here the rare giant lizard beast's footprints. Zuan Yi's face instantly becomes increasingly grave. How could the giant lizard beast appearing in this place? Aren't they supposed to inhabit the depths of the verdant and dense forests all along? Luo Chuan looked at these with a worried expression. Footprints, the giant lizard beast must have headed towards the eagle tribe. Shu Ying needs some more time to sense Suking's exact location. But since he mentioned having Lingxia's aura, then Suking should be taken to the eagle tribe. Zuan Yi looked up at Luo Chuan. We can't delay any longer. We must find Suking as soon as possible. People did not dare to pause for even a moment, speeding toward the eagle tribe. When they crossed over a hill in the distance, a familiar white figure abruptly appeared in the sky. Lynxio is spreading its huge wings and flying into the distance. Lynxuan Yi, sharp-eyed, recognizes it immediately and shouts loudly, trying to attract. He tried to get his attention, yet Lynxuan acted as if he hadn't heard, not even turning his head, and continued to speed forward. The eagle clan's hearing has always been sharp. He couldn't have not heard our shouts. Luo Chuan said in a heavy tone. Don't worry about him for now. Su King must be with the Eagle clan. Tribe Zuan Yi's tone was urgent. The three didn't dare waste any more time and quicken their pace once again. Night fell, the moon was obscured by thick, heavy, dark clouds, completely obscuring Ju King sitting inside Ling Zhao's mountain cave, tossing and turning, Uniblito sleep, not knowing Zuan Yi and Luo Chuan. How are things now? Will Thai encounter the giant lizard beast? Su King grew more and more worried, so she walked out of the cave, find a corner, sit quietly, and enjoy the cool breeze. Suddenly, Su King noticed something strange, and looking up, he saw two black figures stealthily sneaking into Ling Xiao's cave. He immediately became alert. Come, hold your breath, and stare intently at the cave entrance. By the faint light, recognize that one of them is precisely Ganjia, the other is an unfamiliar tribe beastman. He knows that these two are sneaking around here in the middle of the night. Definitely not. Good thing Su King quietly took a few steps back, then sprinted towards the Eagle clan chief's cave. However, just as he was almost, when they were about to reach Chieftain's cave, a huge yellow eagle grabbed Su King's shoulder and flew over the Eagle tribe. Above, it finally stopped in front of a deserted, abandoned cave. Su King struggled to get up from the ground, and after regaining her composure, sizing up the Eagle tribesman before him, he had a head of yellow hair, his entire body exuding a cold and stern aura, with 4 beast marks on his left arm. It demonstrates its combat power. What exactly do you want to do? Su King asked warily. You are Ling Zhao's female whirlwind. Staring straight at the white eagle beast mark on her left arm, he said. Just at this moment, Gang Yalso arrived at the cave and saw Su King. The corners of the mouth curled into a cold sneer. Su King, do you still remember me? Su King glared fiercely at Ganjia, regretting not having let Luo Chuan finish him off. He never expected to leave behind such a calamity, which actually brought such great trouble upon himself. Su King sneered, it was you. The bad idea given to him flashed a fierce light in Ganjia's eyes. So what? You obedient lazy Ling Xiao's beast mark. We will not harm you. Whirlwind stood quietly to the side, lost in thought about something. Su King's heart trembled. Absolutely impossible to do this. Gaze firm, rejecting Ganjia. Coldly, hey imp. Giving you one last chance. Cross out Ling Xiao's bond. The mark of the beast, otherwise your life is in danger. If it were only Ganjia alone, Su King might still have a chance of winning, but right now, there's a 4-ring beastman. You're no match at all. You are also a 4-ring beastman, with your combat power in if facing head-on with Ling Xiao duel, not necessarily los. Why resort to such despicable means? The Eagle tribe beastman in front clearly has an opinion on Ganjia's actions. He has quite a few objections to the law. Perhaps we can try to persuade Whirlwind. After hearing this, a flicker of hesitation passed through his eyes. Ganjia saw Whirlwind hesitating. He grew instantly anxious. Any further delay, and Ling Xiao would be back. He swiftly closed in on Su King, in a reckless attempt, forcibly grabbing his hand, forcing him to scratch off the beast mark. Just as Ganjia was about to act, Whirlwind suddenly intervened to stop it. Ganjia looked at Whirlwind. Whirlwind in disbelief. What are you doing? There's no time left. Only then did Su King realize what was in front of him. The ORC is called Whirlwind, wondering why he is named Whirlwind. Despite being covered in yellow feathers, if you use such methods against Fu Ling Xiao, even if you succeed, can you truly be at ease and become the clan leader? What the Eagle clan needs is someone worthy of respect. Leader Su King continued to persuade, clearly noticing the whirlwind's eyes flash with hesitation. Ganjia, seeing the whirlwind hesitate, disregarded everything, flung off his hand, brandishing axe knife and charging towards Su King like a whirlwind. Caught off guard for a moment, wanting to block was already too late. Su King had no time to think. Suddenly turned sideways to avoid the beast mark. Ganjia's knife stabbed below the beast mark. Seeing that it failed to cut open the beast mark, Ganjia still wanted to move, but was instantly blasted away by a whirlwind violently pushing Gangya away. "We cannot do this. If you dare touch him again, I'll deal with you first." Whirlwind looked at Su King, the bleeding wound from his understanding of females. If the injury is not treated in time, the female may be in danger of losing her life. "Whirlwind, if you let me go back now, I promise not to." This matter informed Su King, who endured severe pain. Calmly said. Tornado looked at him with a complex gaze. "Even if he didn't," said, "with such severe injuries, it's unlikely he'll survive." Ganjia saw Whirlwind hesitate and tried his utmost to persuade. After all, if Whirlwind let him go, Su King, if Linkseo finds out, at most, he'll just have a fight with him, but I myself might not even survive. Su King understands Whirlwind Gu. "Consider, you still have a Chanchetto pull back. This minor injury won't kill me, rest assured." Whirlwind let out a long sigh, his expression cold. "Jun Dao, remember your promise." Ganjia sees Whirlwind persuaded by Su King, his face instantly darkens. "No?" Gangsun snorted coldly, and Thu Hurlwine sent Su King back to Ling Zhao's cave. Along the way, he kept a constant watch on him, seeing that with a calm expression, he felt slightly relieved. Not long after Whirlwind left, Ganjia's figure appeared in the darkness outside the cave. He rushed into the cave suddenly. Su King looked up and saw Ganjia, his heart shook. "You will die today," hesitated, and then charged towards Su King. Pouncing, clearly with murderous intent, Su King, due to excessive blood loss, consciousness gradually blurred, collapsed weakly to the ground, thinking this. I'm afraid the odds are not in his favor. At that very moment, a figure darted into the cave like lightning. Linkseo saw Su King lying on the ground. His gaze instantly turned as cold as frost. Ganjia had not yet reacted when Linkseo transformed into a white eagle. Rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, without hesitation, he stabbed his eagle claw into Ganjia's chest. Ganjia let out a miserable scream. Blood gushed out, staining the ground. Linkseo did not stop. His eagle claws pierced into Ganjia's body again and again, until he was torn to pieces. Until this was done, Linkseo quickly picked up the weak Su King and rushed back to the cave of the Eagle Clan's chief. Chang was just about to handle an urgent matter when he suddenly saw Linkseo rush in, holding Su King, who was covered in blood. His face instantly changed. "Linkseo, what is going on?" the Eagle Clan leader urgently asked. Linkseo did not respond, but instead spoke. "Giant lizard. The beast has already approached the Eagle tribe. The situation is critical. The tribe must evacuate immediately." The voice is low, full of suppression. Fury. Su King was actually attacked in the Eagle Clan's territory, and you, father, couldn't protect him completely. Ling Zhao's expression remained cold and stern. "Father, I no longer yearn for the position of clan leader, now only wish to protect my partner." "Well," he said. Linkseo held Su King and left Thekieftane's cave. The Eagle Clan chieftain stood still in place for a long time, as if having lost his most outstanding offspring. Linkseo carried Su King on his back and swiftly left the Eagle tribe, moving at an extremely fast pace, as he needed to find a safe place as soon as possible. When Linkseo left the Eagle tribe, the three who hurried over saw Linkseo flying in the air, with Su King lying on his back. For very astonished, it really makes people anxious. He left the Eagle tribe. Where is he going to? Where? Seeing this, Luo Chuan frowned. "I guess he wants to avoid our tracking." "Don't call him," Zuanyi said in a low voice. 3. The person quietly followed behind Lingio, but the Eagle tribe beastman flew at an extremely fast speed, and soon completely lost track of all three. "Big idiot, I sense that Shu Ying's face is deathly pale. Using her psychic power continuously has exhausted her. How about you go first? Take a break, and since Luoquan can't stand it anymore, speak up and suggest it's okay." this'll be the last time. Shu Ying, slightly closing his eyes, he forcibly consented his mind to sense Su King's aura. At this moment, his face grew increasingly pale, as if he will fall down. After a moment, Shu Ying opens his eyes. He is in the southeast direction, voice low and hoarse, revealing weakness, obviously. Although all strength has been exhausted, Shu Ying barely managed to squeeze out a faint smile. You all go quickly to find Su King. I'm fine. Zuan Yi looked, wearing a weak Shu Ying. Xiu Ying, I will convey your feelings to Su King. After saying this, helifed with Luo Chuan, Shu Ying's eyes. A flicker of shock passed through her. Over the past few days of being together, she had sensed Zuan Yi's extra strong possessiveness towards Su King, yet just now, those words clearly acknowledged that as long as Su King is willing to accept, she can become his partner on the other side. Ling Xiao finally found a hidden cave, carefully placed Su King on the ground, and took out what he had brought from the cave. The herbs arrived, gently treating his wounds, then using clean animal skins to bandage them. Just at this moment, the cave. Hurried footsteps sounded at the entrance as Zuan Yi and Luo Chuan appeared at the cave opening. Zuan Yi caught sight of the injured Su King at a glance, furious. The fire instantly surged. Ling Xiao ordered and charged forward, raising his hand to throw a fierce punch towards Ling Xiao, who had no time to react. Yes, was forced back several steps by this punch. However, when his gaze fell on the beast Markov Ling Xiao on Su King's left arm, at that moment, Zuan Yi felt a buzzing in his head, his fury soaring to the heavens. How dare you act like this? Do you think Zuan Yi does not exist? Right at. He was about to make another move when Su King slightly opened her eyes, so Zuan Yi, and tears welled up in her eyes, as if the grievances of these days finally find release at this moment. Upon seeing Su King in such a state, Zuan Yi's fury rose even more intense, as if the next in seconds, I will tear Ling Xiao to pieces. Su King weakly raised her hand. Zuan Yi, Ling Xiao, he saved me. Don't make it difficult for him. Zuan Yi's movements suddenly froze, though filled with rage. But upon hearing Su King's request, the tightly clenched fist gradually loosened. Even though Ling Xiao saved Su King, he failed to protect her well. He let him get hurt. This debt must not be easily settled. Then gave Luo Chuan a meaningful look. Luo Chuan, although he hadn't stepped forward before, but seeing Su King's condition, his fury was not in the slightest less than Zuan Yi's. He had heard what the little female said just now, but he only stopped Zuan Yi, and did not stop himself. Luo Chuan took a deep breath and walked towards Lingia. You, come out with me. The voice was icy, devoid of emotion. Ling Xiao frowned. How could she not understand Luo Chuan's thoughts? Silently, she followed him out of the mountain. Dong Ling Xiao had long seen Luoquan's feelings for Su King. Luo Chuan's hostility when looking at him was no less than Zuan Yi's. Originally thought Zuan Yi was Su King's only companion, but unexpectedly, there was also a nameless and unacknowledged unwillingly guarding by the side. Male Ling Xiao was taken by Luo Chuan to a remote corner. Luo Chuan could no longer suppress the rage in his heart, transforming into a beast shape, suddenly pounced towards Lingia. Ling Xiao had anticipated it long ago, swiftly transformed into a giant white eagle to dodge. Both were seasoned. A battle-hardened warrior, striking without mercy. The Eagle clan's innate talents grant Ling Xiao an advantage in speed and strength, yet Luo Chuan's movements are more agile. His attacks are continuous and unending. Luo Chuan's feelings towards Ling Xiao are not entirely hatred. More than that, they are towards his former. If I weren't so indecisive about jealousy of forming a partnership, would I have already formed a partnership with Su King? Let's make a bet next. One who partners with Su King will still not be you, Ling Xiao. The words are full of mockery. This sentence is like a sharp blade, deeply stinging Luo Chuan's most vulnerable spot, Ling Xiao's Words, though sharp, were not without reason. He had always been hesitating and delaying. I have let myself miss too many opportunities, and now even Xu Ying may partner with Su King before he does. Luo Chuan's heart surged with endless bitterness and unwillingness. Luo Chuan once again pounced towards Lingxiu. The battle grew increasingly fierce. The giant white eagle. The fierce confrontation with the panda was right at this moment. A cough interrupted their fight, and the two of them simultaneously stopped their movements, looking towards the direction of the voice. Xu Ying's face was pale, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Another person arrived. Lingxiu's gaze swept over, passing by the blue beast ring on Xu Ying's arm. His eyes couldn't help but sharpen slightly. She was the priestess. Xu Ying shifted her gaze to the side. Lingxiu, upon seeing Therabit beast mark on his neck, his pupils suddenly contracted. His voice tinged with an uncontrollable anger. Why do you take advantage of her weakness to form a partnership with her? Clearly, you could hand Hiruver to Zuan yelling Zio to meet Xu Ying. Angry gaze sneered. Another one who only knows how to talk empty words. Coward Xu Ying didn't pay attention to Luo Chuan. Su King's condition. How? Luo Chuan's voice was low and hoarse. Su King is injured. Zuan Yi is inside taking care of him. Xu Ying heard Luo Chuan. His expression also became mesalam. Let's go take a look. Perhaps I can heal him. A priest possesses spiritual power. Healing can be performed, even without cumbersome use of medicines like a witch doctor. It's just that Xu Ying expended too much energy searching for Su King divine power. I wonder if it can still heal him. Lingxiu's aloof expression also became somewhat flustered at this moment. He is well aware that the injuries on his body are not unrelated to himself. Luo Chuan glanced at Lingxiu and said, I'll settle the score with you later. At the moment, saving Su King is crucial. The three of them silently walked toward the mountain cave. Under Zuan Yi's meticulous ear, Su King's breathing had already stabilized. Sinking into a deep sleep, Xu Ying saw Su King in such a state. Her heart tightened, and she couldn't help but step forward. Let me, she said. Mental energy treatment will lead to faster recovery. Zuan Yi didn't look up. Su King's injuries, though severe, are no longer a serious concern with the use of these medicines. If you continue to expend your spiritual energy, I'm afraid you won't even be able to protect yourself. Upon hearing Zuan Yi's words, a flicker of astonishment passed over Xu Ying's face. In his impression, Zuan Yi valued females more than his own life. Xu Ying took a deep breath and ultimately said no more. Zuan Yi looked up at Lingxiu, his gaze sharp as a blade. Lingxiu, what exactly happened between you and Su King? How did you get injured? Lingxiu took a deep breath, explaining how he met Badi and severed ties with the Eagle clan. He recounted the matter in detail. Zuan Yi's dark red eyes narrowed. Dangerously. Badi cannot be left alive, must be eliminated. Zuan Yi looked towards Lingxiu said, we will return to the Leopard tribe. What are your plans? The Eagle tribe and the Leopard tribe have always been at odds, fighting many times fighting over hunting territory leads to conflict. Zuan Yi also wants to see just how far Lingxiu will go for the little female. Lingxiu, after hearing Zuan Yi's words, he furrowed his brows. His long-standing grudge with the Leopard clan made it truly difficult to let go of the hatred immediately. Lingxiu, my gaze involuntarily fell in the sleeping Su King beside me, then slowly lifted to look at Zuan Yi and Luo Chuan. We'll head to the Panther tribe together. Right at this moment, Su King slowly opens her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the few people before her one by one. The male, upon seeing Xu Ying, was slightly stunned for a moment. In his memory, Xu Ying was still unconscious from severe injuries, never expecting. At this moment, he is also here. We plan to return to the Leopard tribe settlement. It is safer there. You can receive better care. Su King frowned slightly, pondering inwardly. Does we include Lingxiu? Didn't Hesse he was with the Leopard clan? There is enmity. Zuan Yi saw his complex oppression. softly comforted him, "Don't worry, when we reach the leopard tribe, it will be right next to the bridal chamber again. Build a wooden house, let them live there." Zuan, although did not explicitly say, but letting them live in the adjacent wooden house it means they have accepted them as his partner. Zuan, where did the possessiveness go? He just slept for a while and arrived. What happened at the bottom? Zuan fell silent for a moment and then said, "One partner can hardly protect you completely and no longer lets you. It seems that the injury wasn't Bekosexuan you wanted him to accept his partner more, but just that he felt he had protected him well and felt guilty in his heart. Since it's decided to return to the Leopard clan together." Luo Chuan and Lingxiao spoke at the same time, asking Su King to ride on their backs to go back. Having already formed a partnership with him, naturally, we'll take him back to Lingxiao. His tone carried a hint of concealed pride as Luo Chuan retorted, "On the back of the eagle beast. Last time slipping, Su King was more accustomed to sitting on my back." Shu Ying stood aside, complexion slitty pale. He also wanted to let the female sits on her own back, yet does not know how to speak. Su King frowned slightly, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "Ling Jiao, you carry me back. The Eagle tribe and the Panther tribe have a feud. You take me back might avoid a direct conflict." Su King's words brought warmth to Ling Xiao's heart, but Luo Chuan had another idea. It turned out Su King didn't like riding on Lingxiao's back. Just sympathizing with him, Zuan stood by without saying a word. He knew Thief Male disliked his beast shape. This was also his most inferior point in front of Su King. Ling Jiao transformed into a giant white eagle. Su King was about to board go, stopped by Luo Chuan because it was raining. He took out a smooth animal skin and gently draped it over her, on saying, "This way you won't be hurt by the rain." Lingxiao was stunned by Luo Chuan's action. "Damn it, how could I? I didn't expect this panda to beat me to it." Shu Ying watched Luo Chuan's movement and hid the animal skin in her hand behind her back. Lowering his eyes to Thesky, Lingxiao's flight posture was as smooth as gliding. "Lingxiao," Su King spoke softly, "it was you from Ganjia's hands saving me." Lingxiao's heart trembled. "I have already made Ganjia receive the punishment he deserves. He will not come looking again. You trouble Su King to lower your eyelids." "Thank you." Lingxiao is silent for a moment, then continues, "I have already severed ties with the Eagle clan." Su King's heart trembled. His severed ties with the Eagle clan? Could it be because of me? Soon, the group arrived. As soon as Lingxiao landed at the entrance of the Dapao tribe, he saw a gatekeeping ORC, his face full of vigilance, run inside to call the chieftain, Sanuo. Sanuo quickly arrived, his gaze immediately locking onto Lingxiao, clearly filled with hostility towards him. "Lingxiao, you dare to come again?" The leopard tribe's Sanuo washelfui through speaking when his gaze fell on the mating beast mark on Lingxiao's neck, recalling a few days ago. Zuan said Su King disappeared, and when she reappeared, she formed a partnership with Lingxiao. Could it be that Lingxiao abducted Su King back then? Sanwo's tightly clenched fist trembled slightly. "Lingxiao, how dare you abduct a female on leopard tribe territory? Today, you will definitely pay the price." Sanuo was about to step forward to grab Lingxiao when Su King spoke up to stop Sanuo clan leader. "I was the one abducted by Budi. It was Lingxiao who saved me, and he even severed ties with the Eagle clan. For me, having nowhere to go for now, he poses no threat to the Panther clan. Can you let him into the tribe?" Su King's tone carried a plea. Su King's request, Sanuo found it hard to refuse. Lingxiao and Sanuo has fought many times and is well aware of his strength. If he can integrate into the leopard tribe, it will be a good thing for the tribe. In the end, Sanuo agreed with a grim face to let him enter the tribe. After entering the tribe, Su King finally moved into the long-cherished new house in the beast world, having a home of my own under Su King's guidance. Soon another one was built next to his house. The new house Su King not only drew the structural blueprint of the house, but also explained in detail the principles and construction methods of the mortise and tenon structure. Ling Xiao was astonished by the night as he searched for Su King those days, both physically and mentally exted. Zuan quickly fell asleep. Su King, feeling a surge of heat rising within me, but I knew it was the mating reaction triggered by the rainy season, so I walked out of the room, wanting to get some air. He sat down under a tree, trying to calm himself down. How did you come out? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Su King turned her head and saw it was Shu King. She hurriedly averted her gaze, afraid he might notice something unusual. Hot, come out to get some air. Su King casually finds an excuse. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Shu Ying's tone is concerned. It's nothing, maybe a bit tired. Shu Ying said gently, just became an adult, so I should be younger than you, call you big sister. Is that okay? Su King heard his words, looked up at him. Shu Ying stood under the moonlight, his figure slender, appearing thin and frail. He doesn't even have his own house in the leopard tribe, yet he helps himself time and again. Su King nods softly. Of course, from now on, you're my little brother. If you ever need help, just come find me. Shu Ying smiled faintly. Just hearing the words, little brother, her eyes slightly darkened. Dark elder sister, why's your face so red? Could it be in heat, aren't you? Shu Yingshan's face leaned close to Su King, his clear eyes reflecting Su King's flustered up appearance. Su King didn't know what to do. Answer, just about to push him away, he softly said, I can solve your current predicament, sister. Want to give it a try? What method? Su King asked Shu Ying nervously and suspiciously. His Adam's apple rolled slightly. Then he reassured it and grabbed her wrist. Sister, I can use spiritual power to help you alleviate it. Su King heard these words, and her eyes instantly brightened. So it turns out, spiritual power. It can also alleviate the heat. Shu Ying reached out and placed her hand on Su King's head, slowly closed her eyes. A stream of energy infused into his body. This inner energy, like cool spring water, slowly flows through Su King's entire body. Shu Ying senses that Su King's condition is gradually recovering. Slowly withdrew her hand, a smile appearing on her pale face. Sister, do you feel better now? Su King blinked eyes. The feeling of restlessness inside the body has disappeared. Happy so much. It's really arrived. Thank you, sister. If needed, I can help you anytime, Shu Ying said in a well-behaved tone. Su King, looking at this well-behaved and sensible young man before her, she gently, after laughing, if there is a need later, sister will definitely come to you for help. Su King gently patted Zhu Ying's shoulder. You rest early. After saying goodnight and waving to him, she walked into the wooden cabin. Shu Ying did not go back inside immediately, but stood outside the door, watching. Guang stared deeply at Su King's retreating figure, his originally clear eyes now frightening Leprian, slowly curling into a faint, not a simple smile. Dulan sat inside her wooden hut, her face full of displeasure. Her partner had just returned from the Eagle clan and was whispering the news to Zalan. When I went to the Eagle clan, I found Ganjia dead, with traces of Su King and Lingxiao left at the scene. It should be that Lingxia killed Ganjia for Su King. Zalan's face suddenly darkened, staring coldly at herself. Partner, are you talking about Lingxiao from the Eagle clan? How could he possibly be involved with Su King? I saw Lingxiao moving in today. Leopard tribe, he has Su King's partner beast mark on his body. Another partner then, said Zilan. Upon hearing these words, her eyes. A flash of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. Originally, he was just one step away from forming a bond with Ganjia. How dare he kill the male I had my eye on? Then don't blame me for not being polite. The next day, Su King was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Zuan Yi opened the door, seeing Chief Sino and a few leopard tribe beastmen, their expressions serious. Sino directly said, Zuan Yi, there's an important matter. The matter must be dealt with immediately. Zuan Yi frowned, but still stepped aside to let the door open. Sino signaled the ORC outside to go call the neighbor. Ling Xiao appeared in the house not long after. The clan leader, what happened? Su King frowned and glanced at Sai, the purple orchid behind Newell. So guess this matter might be related to Ganjia. Still maintaining surface calm, the purple orchid's face, with a cold smile hanging, he stepped forward and took out a yellow giant beast tooth pendant. This is Ganjia's relic, my partner. At the place where Ganjia was killed, this was found. It carries the scent of Linxio Chanoruo said in a low voice. Although Ganjia was expelled from the leopard clan tribe, but also a member of the clan, he was killed by the eagle clan's Linxio. According to clan rules, Linxio must leave the leopard clan leader. Linxio's expression was stern as he slowly spoke. Gang Ya was indeed killed by me. Killing him was no more than stepping on an ant. If he threatens my partner's life so simply, he deserves to die. Beside, Zalan let out a cold law. Who can prove he threatened your partner? According to clan rules, he must be expelled. The tribe's Su King walked up to Sino, his tone firm. Chief, Ganjia did attack me. That's why Linxio killed him. If he hadn't stopped it at that time, the one who would have died was me. Su King extended her arm, revealing that not yet fully healed scar. Clearly visible. These were left by Ganjia. At that time, he wanted to scratch off my beast mark, and he got injured while dodging. Ganjia, there should still be my blood on the tooth pendant, Cheno. Upon hearing this, he immediately checked the tooth pendant and indeed found bloodstains. Sanuo fell silent for a moment. The leopard clan's rules have always been strict, but this matter involves the safety of females, and it's not something that can be easily decided. Zalan snorted coldly. Who knows if the blood on the Ganjia pendant wasn't just smeared in after he died? Can't produce it. Evidence I can provide expelling Zio from the tribe at this moment. Someone spoke up, and it was seen that Simeon, who had been standing at the back. Shu Ying, who had been silently watching, was quite surprised when Suo saw Shu Ying. Actually, when Su King returned, he had already noticed Shu Ying was there too. Returning together, at the time, it didn't pay much attention, thinking Shu Ying only went out and happened to return to the tribe together. Looking at it now, Shu Ying had unknowingly awakened her psychic abilities. The leopard tribe still had no priest. Shu Ying's existence would make the tribe stronger. Upon seeing Shu Ying's beast ring, Da Sino's expression instantly changed, and his tone became a respectful. Priestess Shu Ying, you? How do you plan to prove it? Shu Ying showed no reaction to Sino's sudden change in attitude, gently holding Ganjia. The pendant. Close your eyes. Whisper. Everyone, please be quiet. I will use mental power to recreate the scene at that time. Yet, a faint light and shadow projected from the pendant. Within the light and shadow appeared what had happened that day in the Eagle Clan's cave. The matter of Su King being trapped in the cave, struggling fiercely against Ganjia's attack. Ganjia's eyes flickered with a cold, ruthless light, showing no mercy. The ground strikes Su King. Nixio transforms into a white eagle. Its sharp talons directly pierce through his chest. Every detail is clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. Shu Ying slowly opened her eyes. Her face was somewhat pale. The scene just now had been witnessed by all. Linxio acted to protect Su King, not without reason. Killing Sino's eyes were filled with shock. If not for Linxio appearing in time, the consequence would have been unimaginable. His gaze was complicated as he looked at Shu Ying. He had just awakened his psychic power, yet it was so strong. Big enough to recreate the scene? Sino fell silent for a moment. Since that is the case, Linxio's actions are not considered a violation of the clan rules. This matter ends here, and no further action will be taken against Zalan's expression. It became extremely ugly, with no way to refute at all. He snorted coldly, turned around to walk out of the small wooden hut, and was stopped by Shu Ying. Hold on a moment, although Linkshius Masmeter has been proven, the issue of Z Lan violating the clan rules as a Famalahis not yet been settled. Z Lan, listen. He finished his words, glared fiercely at Shu Ying, his tone unyielding. You'd better explain clearly, exactly what rule have I violated? Clan rules. Shu Ying's gaze was icy cold, staring straight at Zalan. The clan rules clearly stipulate that without the clan leader's permission, one must not set foot. Did Chief Sino of Theother Beastman tribe permit Zalan's partner to go to Thegal tribe? Upon hearing this, Zalan's face instantly turned deathly pale, staring gloomily at Shu Ying. If he hadn't suddenly stepped forward and provided evidence again, it's about invoking clan rules. Linksio was already driven out of the tribe by her. Seno originally intended to turn a blind eye. But if Priestess Shu Ying says so, then there's no other way. According to the clan rules, Zalan, you and your partner must banished from the tribe. Xylan's face turned as pale as paper, her eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. In the end, without a word, she led. Filled with resentment, they turned and left the wooden house. After these people left, Su King turned to look at Shu Ying. Thank you so much. You've been using your psychic abilities from last night until now, with such heavy consumption, won't you feel unwell? Shu Ying, looking tired and weak, gently shaking head and smiling. Don't worry, just a bit tired, rest a bit and it'll be fine. And when Zuan Yi heard Su King mention the words, last night, his dark red eyes instantly turned cold. Linksio remained silent for a long time before speaking. Thanking Shu Ying as a proud Eagle tribesman, Linksio rarely thanks others, but today's matter, if not. It was Shu Ying who helped, otherwise would have been expelled from the leopard tribe. You're welcome, I just wanted to do something for Su King. Shu Ying responded to Linksio in a flatoni on the other end. Meanwhile, Zalan returned to the wooden cabin, her face frighteningly gloomy, muttering incessantly, ceaselessly cursing Su King. Finally, Z Lan's fury reached its peak. She abruptly turned around. Since I'm living in such agony, bitter, then no one should think about having a good time. Her gaze fell on the hidden corner, where a large bag of purple pollen was placed. The pollen of Therage vine, once dispersed in the air, will trigger in all males. Sun, make them lose their minds, fall into a frenzied purple orchid. With a sinister and terrifying gaze, they forced me into this. I want to fix. The tribe kept me busy all morning. I haven't eaten yet. Su King's stomach rolled. I'll go get you. Doing some food. The first to speak up was Link Shualuo Chuan. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly spoke up and said, let me do it. Well, the male of the Eagle tribe is not adept with fire. Zuan Yi glanced at the two of them and spoke, I will go with you. After he turned around, he said Toxiu Ying, you stay and take care of after. The three of them, Su King left the Yududen house. Zuan Yi approached Luo Chuan. Whispered, last night, Shu Ying seemed to look for Su King. Are you aware of this? After hearing it, Luo Chuan fell silent for a moment and knew. Shu Ying left the house. Butte unexpectedly ran into Su King. Outside. Why did you let Su King come out in the middle of the night? Slightly furrowing his brows, it's currently the rainy season. Su King should still be in heat. Zuan Yi's expression darkened. Some self-blame is my lack of consideration. Seeing Luo Chuan silent, Zuan Yi said softly in oppose Shu Ying joining. But don't let her get a step ahead. You need to put in more effort. Luo Chuan finally nodded. It seems I really have to work hard. Can't be. Zuan Yi looked down on the other side. Su King gazed at Shu Ying's pale and weary face, unable torsist, asking with concern, spirit exerting too much energy. Are you very tired? Shu Ying reveals a weary smile. Big sister, sit down and rest for a bit. Just as Shu Ying slowly sat down leaning at the bedside, her body was clearly somewhat weak and powerless. At this moment, there was movement outside the door. Several males returned to wait for Su King to finish using the food. Zuan suddenly said, "Tonight, let Luo Chuan accompany you, Su King." After hearing it, I was extra shocked, and it took a while before I could speak. Confirm Luo Chuan accompanyism, then what about you? I'll go next door. Zuan expression wasn't too good, but his tone left no room for doubt. I don't agree. Why should it be Luo Chuan? It is her partner Linxio, whose face looks very unpleasant. How this partner came to be, you know very well in your heart. Zuan Yi's gaze is sharp as a knife, as sharp as a blade. He looked towards Lingia and said, Shu Ying's expression also turned unpleasant. Just as she was about to speak, Zuan Yi spoke again. You. Let's go out first. I'll talk to Su King about this matter. Although the few of them had different expressions, they still walked out. They understood. This matter is not entirely up to Xuan Yi to decide. It also depends on whether Su King is willing to keep going out with 3 people. Su King guessed Zuan Yi's thoughts. Are you sure you want to push me to Luo Chuan? Su King's voice wasn't loud, but her tone was sharp. Luo Chuan can outstanding in strength, accepting him beneficial to us without harm. Xuan Yi's voice low and hoarse. Xuan Yilso doesn't want to share Su King to other males, but he knew he couldn't let personal feelings put Su King in danger. The matter of forming a bond can no longer be delayed for you. After partnering with Luo Chuan, if you don't like him, you can just not see him later. But the matter of partnering can no longer be delayed. Su King understands Zuan Yi's thoughts. She took a deep breath and said, okay. Listen to you. Su King didn't say more. This is the beast world, not the once peaceful era, with only one male to protect it. Too hard for the female. Since even Zuan Yi can accept it, there's nothing unacceptable. Besides, she never disliked Luo Chuan. The sky gradually darkened and night fell. The entire tribe was enveloped in the damp air of the rainy season. Zuan Yi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with reluctance and helplessness. Then, silently walking out of Thududen hut after Zuan Yi left, Su King's mood also became heavy. She knew Zuan Yi's decision was for her. Okay, but it always felt like something was stuck in my heart, making me uncomfortable. Not long after, Luo Chuan pushed the door open and walked in, seeing Su King sitting there by the bed, with the face full of worries. He walked to her side and sat down. Su King did not look up at him. The two of them sat on the bed. No one spoke first. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Following Su King's breathing rhythm, Luo Chuan's Adam Sapple moved. You don't have to force yourself. Strengthen yourself. I will respect your wishes. Luo Chuan's voice was low and gentle. Su King heard this, looked up at Luo Chuan. At this moment, Luo Chuan appears gentle and fragile, as if a single word from Su King could shatter his heart. Looking at Luo Chuan like this, that look, Su King felt as if something had fiercely struck her heart. Su King suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck. Without hesitation, kissed air. Luo Chuan's mind instantly went blank, his phoenix eyes filled with shock and astonishment. He never thought Su King would be so direct. Luo Chuan clenched his fist, finally pushed Su King away with difficulty. Su King, you don't need to. Well, no need to force yourself. Su King's face was still flushed. I'm not forcing myself. Just as Su King was about to explain, Luo Chuan said, then made a shushing gesture, his gaze fixed out the window, that someone was spreading mad vine pollen. After saying this, Luo Chuan suddenly stood up and opened the door. Next door 3 males also opened the door and came out. Linxio transformed into beast form, chasing after the orc, scattering pollen in the darkness. Su King's expression tense. She stood up. How are you all? He clearly remembered what Zuan Yi looked like after being hit by the pollen. Su King nervously looked at the 3 males, noticing signs of mania already appearing in their eyes. He quickly turned and went inside, took out the pheromone pills he had saved these days, gave one to each person, and said nervously, after eating, give the leftovers to the males in the tribe who have no females to comfort them. Shu Ying saw so much information for the first time. Su Wan, widening her eyes in surprise at such precious information pills. How could Su King have so many of them? Luo Chuan, you stay here and guard Su King. Shu Ying and I will go distribute the pheromone pills. Ling Xiao went out too quickly. Su King didn't have time to give him the pheromone pill and was just worrying when she saw Ling Xiao fly back, not even turning back into a human by the time he reached the door. Ling Xiao, how are you? Before Zhu King could finish speaking, she was grabbed by Ling Xiao's claws and carried away. Ling Xiao, how are? What's going on? Where are you taking me? Su King asked loudly as she was being taken away, but Ling Xiao did not respond, flying without steady. You can tell he's not in a good state, probably affected by the rage vine pollen. Ling Xiao, where are you going? Ling Xiao still did not answer, and after flying for a while longer, took him into a cave. Lingxia's Fafarid was covered in beads of sweat, barely suppressing the violent factors within their bodies. The leopard tribe was scattered with rage, vine, Pollenbee, Zalan's partner, and all males will succumbing to a frenzy. It's too dangerous for you to stay there. After hearing this, Su King's heart sank. Unexpectedly, it was Zi Lan. She was about to. Destroying the entire tribe is just this eagle's way of doing things. It almost made him laugh with anger. Fearing was in danger, he just left him alone. Taken from the tribe, the other orcs won't care about Ling Xiao. You brought me here. Have you thought about what to do with Zuan Yi, Luo Chuan, and Shu Ying? They are going crazy together. You can't calm them down. There will be danger. I have pheromone pills. We can save them. If you take me away like this, they will worry. Quickly take me back. Su King was extremely anxious. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, suppressing frenzied factor pheromones. Something as precious as Thepal. How could you possibly have it? Ling Xiao simply didn't believe what Su King said. Su King sighed and said, I'll comfort you first. Bear with it. He was suddenly captured. Without any pheromone pills in me, it seems I can only use primitive methods to soothe the Lingixia's currently raging factors. Completely erupting, reasoned gradualist, starting to use the head to violently strike the rock wall, bashing until the head is broken and bleeding. Ling Xiao is too high. He can't reach the back of his neck, but Ling Xiao seems not to hear still. Frantically crashing against the rock wall, Su King quickly stepped forward, looking. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked Ling Xiao in the back of the knee. Ling Xiao's leg went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Su King quickly bent down and bit towards his neck. Ling Xiao's bodice uttered a sensation like an electric current spread throughout his body. His breathing gradually steadied. His eyes. The red light faded, regaining clarity. Su King released her teeth, panting slightly, her tone carrying reproach. Your flesh. How can it be so hard? Su King let out a light humor right quickly. Take me back to the tribe. Evriani is still waiting. No. The tribe is not. Know how chaotic it has become. Ling Xiao nodded, and was just about to get up and take Su King back to the tribe. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Su King's wrist, which originally had only one beast. Rare. I was an additional new beast ring. And he was slightly taken aback. A flash of surprise in the eyes. Su King, you leveled up. Ling Zhao's voice filled with joy. Su King, upon hearing this, lowered her head to look at her wrist. Originally, this primitive soothing method is not only for toothache, it can also upgrade the beast ring level. Let's go, we're heading back. Don't let. They were anxious. Su King urged. Ling Zhao, take Su King and fly out of the cave. Not far after flying, familiar figure appeared ahead. The figure. Su King squinted to see clearly. It was Luo Chuan who had caught up. Ling Zhao, flying down. Su King hurriedly said. Ling Zhao, slightly nodding, slowly descending, just landed. Su King hadn't completely gotten off yet. Luo Chuan rushed up, eyes full of. At that moment, Luo Chuan saw Ling Zhao suddenly take Su King away. A surge of anger instantly ignited in his heart. Luo Chuan had always prioritized the overall situation. Does not easily get angry, but when it concerns the safety of females, he cannot stay calm. Su King stepped forward to stop Luo Chuan Ling Zhao's frenzy. The episode flared up, and helped calm him down, and now it's fine. Let's head back to the tribe first, Su King softly persuaded. Previously, Ling Xiao didn't believe Zhu King's words, but upon seeing Luo Chuan not going berserk, began to believe that the pheromone pills might really. Seeing Luo Chuan calm down, Su King then said, I heard from Ling Zhao that Land's partner spread the rage vine flower powder. Now the males in the tribe are probably all going crazy, don't know if Zuan Yi and Shu Ying have finished distributing their pheromone pills yet. Luo Chuan frowned upon hearing this. Zuan Yi and Shu Ying haven't returned yet. They probably haven't discovered that you were taken away by Ling Xiao. Let's go back first. Don't let them worry, Luo Chuan said seriously. The three had just entered the tribe when Xuan Yi and Shu Ying mysteriously. With a grave expression, he ran over and saw that Su King had returned. Only then did Zuan Yi let out a sigh of relief. I'm fine, it's Salon's partner in the tribe. Spreading the pollen of the Madaningvan, I came out to check after hearing about it. Situation? Su King explained. Luo Chuan glanced at Su King. Without saying more, he just secretly glared at Ling Xiao, waiting for the matter to end. He will definitely teach this presumptuous. The Eagle tribesman Zuan Yi, who had taken Su King away, heard that Salon's partner was spreading pollen, and his brow furrowed. He hadn't expected this. She still has this thing in her hand. She should have secretly dealt with that female long ago. Seeing Zhu Yi's solemn expression, Su King asked, how many males in the tribe have gone berserk now? Almost all of them. The pheromone pills are all used up, but it's not enough. Zuan Yi is heavy-hearted, said Su King, furrowing his brows. Let's go home first, and I'll think of a way. Zuan Yi nodded, and as he lowered his head, he noticed the two beast rings on Su King's wrist. Slightly stunned, you leveled up. Shu Ying, who was nearby, heard Zuan Yi's words. His gaze also fell on Su King's wrist, only then noticing that the beast ring had changed into two pairs. I've leveled up, and I still want to go back and try. Let's see if we can produce more pheromone pills after the upgrade. Ling Xiao heard Su King mention producing pheromone pills again. My heart was utterly shocked. Before, Su King mentioned there were pheromone pills, and he didn't think much of it. Only now did he realize what these pheromone pills were. It was really Su King who did it herself. Upon returning home, Su King briefly inquired about the tribe's situation, and there were still a few males who hadn't gotten theirs. Information pill 10 Po Plexuan Yi's expression turned grave as he answered Su King, frowning, before heckled only condense one message pill a day. Pheromone pills, 10 pills need 10 days, but the frenzied male can't last 2 days. Now Su King's pheromone level has risen. Rise. Not sure if we can produce more. Su King took out the wooden box of the pheromone necandizer except for Zuan Yi, the other. He saw this thing for the first time, male. He only saw Su King pick up an ordinary wooden box, close his eyes and concentrate. Not for long. In a moment, sweat beads covered his face. After a while, he opened the box, and inside were actually 2 pheromone pills. Zuan Yi was also taken aback when saw it. Never expected to come out at once after the upgradiathers might not have noticed anything. Shu Ying, however, discerned some clues. He picked up one to examine carefully. Its energy was much stronger than the previous pheromone pills. Su King's. What was done before, neither he nor Xuan Yi could completely suppress the violent factors after eating. There are still residues on the body, but if eating this one, he believed it could completely soothe. Then Shu Ying's gaze shifted over Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao, their condition is different from those who took the pheromone pills. It seems the female personality soothed them. Shu Ying lowered her head. Eyes in the heart. I'll note this down for Ling Xiao. You actually managed to condense 2. Zuan Yi exclaimed. Su King nodded. Very happy. I still want to try if I can condense a few more. Su King had just picked up the condenser when Zuan Yi snatched it away. Zuan Yi, just now seeing Su King congeal, not relaxed, sweating profusely. Today rest first, don't re not. Okay, I want to know. Rise. After the level, can we make a few more to see Su King's firm attitude? Zuan Yi didn't stop anymore, planning to see him in poor condition. Time to stop Su King from picking up the condenser again to focus her mind. Before the upgrade, she called Natficus a second time. Didn't think this time went even smoother than first. Not long after, Su King opened her eyes, opened the small wooden box, and inside there was yet another. Su King was very happy to produce a 3 pheromone pills, intending to push forward and try once more, but was stopped by Zuan Yi with 5 pills. Enough. 1 piece split in Totwo halves. 10 people can make do. Let me try again. Su King stared eagerly at Zuan Yi. Zuan Yi's Adam's apple moved, his voice low for the last time. Su King picked up the condenser again and injected energy. This time was clearly more difficult than the previous 2 times. To open the box, inside were 2 pheromone pills. Su King herself was surprised that there could still be a third time. Condense 2. Want to try if can still continue. Zuan Yi seemed to see through his thoughts, snatched the small from his hand. Wooden box. Su King a cordless smiled. There are only 7 here. How about making some more? Tomarov Shu Ying comforted him. And feel it. These pheromone pills are malepitant. Half a pill should be enough to calm them. Shu Ying is the priest. His beast ring is mental power, so when he says this, Su King finds it credible. I'll go deliver these pheromone pills. Zuan Yi glanced at Luo Chuan and said, take good care of Su King. As soon as Zuan Yi left, Shu Ying gave Lingxian an unfriendly look and said, ah, sis, you might not have had contact with the Eagle clan, so you don't know much. But the Eagle clan is pretty dirty. Hearing Shu Ying say this, Luo Chuan immediately nodding in agreement. Yes, the Eagle tribe beastmen have never been popular with females because of this. Lingxio was treated by the 2 as wearing a mask and talking bad about Eagle clan. It's almost laughable how angry I am. Su King, you don't listen to other nonsense. I'm very clean every day. Taking a bath. Lingxio was so anxious that his face turned red. Don't listen to him. I didn't see him go take a bath yesterday. Shu Ying stepped back in disgust. 1 step. I washed in the morning. Lingxio's face looked ugly. Hate not to take a shower on the spot to prove. Who knows whether you washed in the morning or not. We leopard clans are different. Famously clean. Sister, want asniff? I smell sweet. Saying, Shu Ying suddenly leaned close to Su King. Su King rubbed her temples and said, I just finished condensing pheromones and am a bit tired. I want to rest. After the 3 of them went out, Lingxio coldly glanced at Shu Ying's sister. Why didn't you just call her mother? Perhaps she could even spoil you like a child. Luo Chuan, upon hearing Lingxio's words, couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't like Lingxio, but these words struck a chord with him. Shu Ying, with every sentence, calling her sister, he had long been unable to stand it. Shu Ying's face changed. White, back to normal soon. Don't think others can't see what you did last night. Lingxia looked coldly at the others. 2 people, intentionally or unintentionally, touched the rabbit beast mark on their necks. Luo Chuan and Shu Ying stared at Ling Zhao with resentment. Roughly considering Su King was sleeping in the room, he didn't speak anymore. Su King was lying on the bed, not asleep, when suddenly a voice sounded in his. The bag rang. That long unseen system finally appeared. This time, she wanted to draw something practical like weapons. Must choose some self-defense weapons lottery. Wheel soon start spinning, this time much faster than before. Su King could hardly see thwards on it. Su King threw towards the weapon. After the roulette wheel stopped, she was dumbfounded. That wasn't a weapon, but a book. Beast World Weapon Catalog. Su King originally wanted a weapon, but drew I was a bit disappointed with the book at first, but after flipping through it, seeing the various weapons and detailed construction diagrams inside, my mood lifted again. Alright, as long as we follow the blueprint to make it, we can create a self-defense weapon. Su King suddenly became very interested. From jumping off the bed at this moment, Zuan Yi returned. 3 males also followed into the house. How about it? Give them the letter to eat. Is the pheromone finished? Is it under control? Su King asked. The pheromone you gave is even more effective than before. 10. I only used 4 to pacify the males, and also, Chief Sino will judge Xylan Tamaro. Su King is already in. Having lived in this beast world for 28 days, she originally thought she wouldn't survive more than a week in this unfamiliar world. The period was about to end. Bhutan unexpectedly made it through May Day, and was fiercely competed for by the big shots. Not only cold and ruthless, but also the passionate scorpion Zuan Yi, and the handsome, free-spirited White Eagle Lingxiao Chuan, whose beast form Isa Panda has even left the department, willing to stay by the female side, as the last chapter said. The next day, at the trial ground, Zilanwis, flanked by 2 robust beastmen, pressed to kneel on the ground. Her eyes are full of resentment and unwillingness. Her several companions are also detained beside them. They remain. The mate beast mark on Zilan's body has been erased, her breath faint as she is dragged out by several beastmen to face judgment. Su King, for the first time witnessing the males after the beast mark was carved. There were 2 who appeared to have lost their breath, and the rest who still had life were barely clinging to it. After taking a deep breath, Sano spoke in a low voice. Zilan, you scattered mad rage vine pollen, causing females of the leopard tribe to fall into. According to the tribe's rules, up and entering a frenzy, your mate beast marks have been completely erased. Next, you will be expelled from the leopard tribe. Never to set foot in Zilanagan. Upon hearing this, her face instantly turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with madness. Sino, you? To treat me like this, I am also a female of the leopard tribe. You cannot expel me from the tribe. Senna stared coldly at her, precisely because you are a leopard clan female, that is why you are given the chance to be tried here. From today onwards, you are no longer a member of the leopard clan. Following Sino's order, several orcs escorted Zilan and her partner. Leaving the trial grounds, Zilan struggled and cried out all the way, yet no one paid heed to her pleas. The trial had just ended, and Su King had just arrived home. Before I could even sit down, there was a knock at the door, followed immediately by Senner's voice. Su King, may I come in? Zuan Yi seemed to guess Sino's purpose and responded on behalf of Su King, please come in. Sino entered with a kind, smiling face. Su King, today, I am specifically to express gratitude. Thanks to your pheromones being complete, the many males in the tribe were able to be pacified, averting a disaster. Senrai thanks. Su King smiles. No need to be polite. We are all part of the tribe. Helping each other is only natural. Ran Sino nodded, looking at the orcs inside the house, his eyes flickering as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. Keef Seno, is there something you wish to ask? Su King, seeing his expression, asked, yes, if it's convenient. Could you tell me where that pheromone pill came from? Sino, the clan leader should know that Shu Ying is the priestess, right? Since she is the priestess, she naturally has the ability to produce pheromones. Zuan Yi preempted it. Speaking of Shu Ying, knowing that this matter required a unified stance, she stepped forward and said, although I have only recently awakened the beast ring in my daily life, practice making pheromones when you have time. Those from yesterday are what I've accumulated during this period. Despite Shu Ying Gukshuan Yi's, the words seemed reasonable, yet Sana still faintly felt they were not the truth. He could only nod, temporarily accepting this explanation as if it were true. Sino said he would leave. But unexpectedly he did not depart, looking toward Su King and saying, Su King. You see today, Zilan begs. I am in a relationship. I refused, because my heart belongs to someone else. Can I be with you? Su King heard the confession, stunned. Standing there, I actually forgot to refuse. This reaction made several males instantly feel a sense of crisis, and they all stepped in front of Su King. Su King does not need more partners, already has enough. Zuan Yi. Rate first, coldly said Ling Jiao with him displeased open mouth. Su King already has us. Keef Seno should find someone else. Luo Chuan stood to the side, his tone gentle yet harboring a hidden chill. Shu Ying's gaze turned cold. Though she didn't speak, she unconsciously stroked the beast ring on her arm. Xin Yu understood. This was Shu Ying threatening him. If you continue to pester, it will no longer provide pheromones. Wan Sanuo unwillingly looks at Su King, not wanting to let you. Embarrassing, but I sincerely hope to become your partner. Su King came back to her senses and said tactfully, thank you, Chief Sano. Good intentions. As the clan leader, you have many important matters to attend to. No need to trouble yourself over me. Cheno heard the polite refusal. Disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he left Su King's wooden house dejectedly. After Sino left, Su King spoke. Sino, the clan leader, do you believe that the pheromones were made by Shu Ying? As soon as these words were spoken, Zuan Yi's expression turned grave. Sino is not stupid, he will definitely. Doubtful of our account, they might even try to verify the truth of Shu Ying's words. Su Ying also nodded with a grave expression. These few they must diligently practice making pheromones complete. Luo Chuan set out worries. Apart from us, must never let the beastmen know you can produce pheromone pills. Su King deeply understands that a man's only crime is owning a treasure. Pheromone pills are a treasure in the beast world. Crucially, this matter must not be leaked. On the other hand, Zilan, who was expelled from the tribe, is in a miserable situation. The rainy season weather is gloomy. Sinking, her body soaked through with muddy water, shivering all over. From the cold, the muddy road made every step a struggle for her once proud. The three-ringed female nor resembles a wandering beggar. As she roars at her dying, markless companions, you all, this bunch of useless fools, still not hurrying to find food? However, her companions had long harbored resentment. One companion sneered, Zilan, you think you're still high and mighty partner? Without the beast, Mark, don't expect us to follow your orders anymore. A partner mocked, still thinking would serve you, it was you who caused us to be expelled. Now, you are the useless purple one. Lan's face turned pale with anger, pointing at them and roaring, you ungrateful lot, I am your female. How dare you speak to me like that? No sooner had the words fallen than several companions rushed forward and pushed her into the swelling river. The current was swift. She despaired telethrash against the water. Gradually, losing strength, darkness fell before her eyes. When she opened them again, now rescued by the lion tribe beastmen, Zilan learns it was the lion tribe who saved her, and immediately demands to see Badi, as she has had several encounters with Badi before. A fleeting encounter, I am Zilan of the leopard tribe, with the secret of the leopard tribe. To tell Badi, the lion tribe beastman, up in hearing of the leopard tribe's secret immediately. When he took her to meet Badi, Badi was very surprised to see Lan, remembering that back in the leopard clan, she was surrounded by multiple partners. The glory is boundless, but how come in just a few days, all beast marks are lost, and still so wretched purple orchid female was driven out of the tribe. Here comes Badi, pretending to be gentle and asking, seeing Badi's attitude is mild. Zilan immediately becomes arrogant. It's that damned sword bitch. Sex harmed me and I was expelled. The beast marks were all scratched out. I have no more companions by my side. Connie partner with you. Badi's inner thoughts look down on the dozen or so malabeast marks of Zilan being scratched out. She feels no grief, and even condescension begs to form a bond with him. When Su King had to scratch off her partner's beast mark, she would rather hurt herself than scratch off stray beast's mark in comparison. Lan made him nauseous. I just heard you know the leopard clan's secret. Buddy avoided the mating topic and asked. That's right. A huge one. Secret Zalan squinted her eyes and smiled smugly, saying, if you tell me, I might consider forming a partnership with you. As she spoke, Buddy walked to Zalan's side. Buddy, remember your promise. Zalan paused. Su King, can you produce the pheromone? Buddy narrowed his eyes dangerously, according to me. As far as I know, females do not possess this ability. Where did this information come from? My partner scattered Rajavine pollen among the leopard clan, which should have let the entire tribe fall into madness, yet all the ORCs were soothed. Lan said proudly. Bade was greatly shocked. Lan was so. The tribe where the bad guys are from, that tribe of their own people, actually within the tribe, scatters maddening vine pollen. Are you saying the leopard tribe uses a massive amount of information? After comforting male, one must know the precious pheromones are complete.